after those who have pre-registered have had an opportunity to speak. If there is time after all the pre-registered speakers have made their comments, I will ask those who have not pre-registered to raise your hand by pressing the hand icon on your screen if you are on the computer or the mobile device, and we will acknowledge each of you in the order you raise your hand. I wish to advise you that this is not an adversarial proceeding. Persons who speak will not be sworn in as witnesses, nor will cross-examination be permitted. A transcript of this proceeding will be prepared, and the members of this panel will be closely listening to your comments. Upon completion of a full technical and legal review of the questions and issues raised, the department will issue a formal response to comment document together with its final determination on the permit action under consideration. Where your concerns or comments are not clear to us, we may ask for clarification so that we can best consider your comments as we complete our review of this permit application. To ensure that everyone who wants to speak is given the opportunity, we ask the speakers to limit their presentations to 2 minutes. It is very important that everyone respect this time limit in order to provide as many people opportunity to speak for all those that have registered. There will be a timer on the screen in the Teams display that amount the of time for each speaker. When time runs out, this timer bar will turn red and a brief sound will play. Thomas, can you please do a demonstration of the timer for everyone to see how it works?
Yes, so there is a timer at the top now. I'll make it more brief just so everyone can see, especially those on the phone, what it sounds like when it runs out of time.
Okay. So hopefully everyone heard that. Thank you, Thomas.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
Nope.
I didn't hear it. Nor did many others.
Right, I didn't hear it either.
Then please do watch the screen at the top because it's gonna run the timer will run, the bar will run across the top of the team screen.
Okay, I didn't hear it either, for the record.
Is it the top left?
Very top, right underneath right above your screen where the people are appearing.
No, I don't see anything.
Yeah, I see the timer.
Yeah, it
I
will
see.
run. Yeah.
Yeah. When was the decision made to limit us to 2 minutes? I thought we had 3.
We can I please finish the
Yes,
opening
but
statement?
it's a relevant question.
That determination was made based on the number of people that registered.
Mr. Wong, I just wanted to say that you told people on the phone #6 to unmute, but when we called in, it was *6. So maybe that could be clarified.
Okay,
I'm unmuted on my phone now, and I pressed *6, not #6.
Okay, then try *6 instead of #6. Sorry about that. Speakers who have prepared written comments are asked to submit comments via email addressed to Nibras at Nibras, NIBRAS.mir, MIR at dep.nj.gov, or by mail addressed to Nibras Mir, address New Jersey DEP, 401 East State Street, second floor, P.O. Box 420, mail code 401-02, Trenton, 08625-0420. Should you have insufficient time to present all your concerns, or should you think of additional concerns after closing of this hearing, you may submit your comments in writing to the department by November 24th, 2025. Again, in order to ensure as many people as possible have had their chance to speak, if you have extensive comments, please summarize the key points orally here tonight and submit the details in writing by November 24, 2025. Both oral and written comments have the same weight and are treated equally. When your name is called, please unmute, state your name, and spell it for the benefit of the stenographer. As we have more than 150 people registered to speak, we will do our best to accommodate all registered speakers in the allotted time for this public hearing. If we did not get to you, please submit your comments in writing by November 24, 2025. We appreciate you taking the time to come here tonight. A copy of the response to comments document and the department's decision on this permit application will be sent to anyone who registered, spoke, and or submitted comments, written comments, and provided an electronic or physical mailing address. I will do my best to pronounce everyone's name, but I would like to apologize in advance if I do get some pronunciations incorrect. So we will start calling the speakers. I will first of all share my screen with the list of speakers.
Hello.
All right. All right. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, but I can't scroll up to see all the names.
You will not be able to scroll up because it's on my computer and I have to scroll up and down as I go through the list. So first to speak is Councilman Edward Potasnik.
Yeah, hi there. Sound okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ed Potasnik. I'm a council member in Franklin Township Ward 1, where the unneeded, dangerous Nessie Transco compressor station with its 32,000 horsepower dirty methane gas compressor station 206 would be located closer to my house than the nearest grocery store. Make no mistake, politics are at play with this project. Williams Transco, it donated tens of thousands of dollars to elect Donald Trump for president. And as payback, the Trump administration granted fast track approval of the expensive unneeded project by FERC to undertake this fake energy emergency. And they're trying to force this expensive project down ratepayers' throats. It's going to add massive air pollution to my community and risks of explosion. My colleagues in Franklin Township, to hear from some of them, as well as the residents, are strongly opposed. Please deny these air permits. You have a responsibility to safeguard our community by using your full authority to protect our communities from the environmental, health and safety impacts of the unneeded, costly fossil fuel infrastructure. The extensive methane pipeline expansion and the compressor stations proposed by Williams Transco, they continue to be without public benefit. We saw a report from Synapse that this is unneeded. On the technical side of the air quality, the data that they're using is Philly and Elizabeth, and it's not truly representative of the proposed location. They're relying on modeling, it's lazy, and it's dangerous. And there's no plans to have actual sampling done before or after if the installation was to occur. And I just want to urge that we should not allow this to occur. And this state-of-the-art control technologies, they lack verification. They're without any way to check to see if they're effective controls once they're in operation. and that the DEP would be failing to protect residents from that harmful air pollution. As we know, the International Panel on Climate Change says that methane gas is no longer needed. That Synapse report shows that New York does not need the gas, and Governor Murphy has ordered New Jersey to move to 100% clean energy by 2035. So NESI must be stopped. The project goes against all of our efforts to move towards a 21st century renewable energy economy, a future where we can use the cheapest source of electricity, and that is clean energy, especially solar and onshore wind. So approving this permit would keep expensive natural gas infrastructure in operation for generations, for children and grandchildren, and make the region dependent on dirty fossil fuels, damage our public health, exacerbate climate change, and put the homes and businesses in my community in danger, and delay our transition to a clean renewable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, Councilwoman Sheepa Uden.
I know she was having trouble finding the link too, so
Okay.
I'll check to make sure, but I know the mayor's probably on.
Okay, I'll come back to her. Mayor Kramer, Philip Kramer.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Philip Kramer, the mayor of Franklin Township. At the last hearing, I attempted to put this 32,000 horsepower compressor station in context by comparing it to other fossil fuel burners of similar power and exhaust volume. As an engineer, the examples I gave were a B-52 continuously on takeoff power, 16,000 natural gas powered homes, 64 Corvettes, and at full throttle, and 3,200 cars traveling at 60 miles per hour. As a neurologist, I discussed the neurologic diseases made worse or caused by the pollution. And this pollution source will, without a doubt,
meeting
have
about
an effect on air
a
quality.
plan in New Jersey to have
A few
a
years
pipeline
ago,
for oil to come through that
Mayor Kramer, I had to mute everyone. Can you unmute yourself and start again? Start back to where you were. Sorry about that. There were background noise.
okay. And this pollution source will, without a doubt, have an effect on air quality. A few years ago, I arranged for 20 air quality monitors to be placed around town. A recurrent observation I've made is that sensors near I-287 almost always register worse air quality than those farther away. So the equivalent of 3,200 cars will without a doubt have a negative effect on nearby air quality and health. Several months ago, I met with representatives of Williams Transco. I asked if the compressors could be electrically powered instead of being powered by methane. Their answer was it would put a burden on their customers. In other words, they wouldn't make as much money. During this meeting, I'm sure you will hear that this project is not needed and that there is no benefit to the nearby residents. So what is being proposed is an unneeded polluting project that will harm residents without any benefit to those residents, all for the sake of profits for a $74 billion company. Is that what you really want to do? I am a confirmed, unabashed capitalist. Approving this project is an argument against it. Please deny the permit. It is without merit to the general public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kramer. Is Councilman Sheepa Uden
Yes.
on yet?
Hello?
Okay. Yes, I
Hi,
can hear
can you
you.
hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
So
this
you
is
can go ahead.
Councilwoman Sheepa. Yes, thank you. I missed Ed Ptasnik's comments, but I'm sure it's very aligned to what the mayor just said, and I 100% agree with everything that the mayor said. This is not about profits, right? This is profit over people's health and safety. These are unneeded pollution factors. I'm very concerned. I have Ward 2, and that's about 4 adult communities filled with about way over than 2,000 seniors, and effect on the air quality. I'm just baffled here. I mean, we already have so much going on, and we're trying to control and keep clean air, and then we have this messy compressor that's coming in, and just a lot to worry about. And I'm also part of fire prevention, and this is one of the things that has been mentioned about the unique to how this is going to be preventing fires, and there's just a lot of cost involved around that. So very worried. I think I speak for many here when I say this is not something that we need, and the effect that it's going to have on us humans is much more at cost here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, next we have Kim Frazak. Is Kim Frazak on? If you are, just make sure you unmute your phone. Okay. All right. Next, Linda Powell.
Can you hear me?
Is this Linda?
Yes.
Yes, I can
Linda-
hear you.
Linda Powell, LINDAPOWELL. I'm a member of the Franklin Township Advisory Board of Health, and I have to cut down my statement because I prepared a 3-minute statement. I'm not here to tell you about all the adverse impacts of each pollutant or the cumulative impacts. You know what these pollutants and toxins are and about the adverse outcomes they cause. You also know the adverse impacts of blowdowns. These blowdowns are a major source of pollution from these gas power compressor stations. The emissions from the blowdowns need to be accounted for and considered in this application, which they are not. Our federal agencies, which were meant to protect our rights, health, safety, and environment, have been ripped apart by our current federal administration. Greed and lies are destroying our freedoms and our environment. Our hopes were with the state of New Jersey, with a reputation as an environmental leader in this country, protecting both its residents and environment, especially with the new environmental justice laws. We were extremely upset when both New York and New Jersey approved the water quality permits after they had been previously denied, with good reason, the protection of our water. Nothing has changed with this project, but the climate crisis has worsened with the hottest summers on records, more frequent and intense storms, and more flooding. We need you to stand up to those who are doing what they can to destroy this country. We need you to stand up to the bullying by our current president. We need you to protect us by protecting our environment. We need you to believe in facts and to follow the science. We need you to care. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next, Anshul Gupta. If you're on, please unmute yourself. Okay, moved on to Diane Hayer.
I'm here.
Okay.
I had to shorten my speech, so I'm going to be a little confused here, but I'll do the best I can. So Transco's DRIP pre-construction air quality permit submitted to the NJ-DEP, although limiting the number of shutdown events to a maximum of 150 per year at 15 minutes each, contains no mention of blowdown events in the operation of this proposed compressor station. Consequently, the impact to public health and surrounding communities has not been fully evaluated. Blowdowns occur when compressors are depressurized for maintenance or shutdown events and are characterized by sudden release of millions of cubic feet of natural gas in a matter of hours. Citing the information above, it seems dubious that shutdown events could be limited to 15 minutes, given that each shutdown requires a blowdown lasting at least an hour. Blowdown emissions pose immediate health risks due to their intensity. Short-term exposure can trigger respiratory irritation, neurological symptoms, and cardiovascular stress. Long-term exposure to repeated blowdowns can cause chronic health conditions, particularly in communities located near compressor stations. Transco has submitted to the NJ-DEP a pipeline blowdown control compliance plan separate from the draft permit created in 1994, 31 years ago. This is unacceptable, as blowdown compliance 31 years ago was almost certainly much less restrictive than today's compliance requirements. Current air quality monitoring systems often fail to capture the acute nature of blowdown emissions. How will the NJ-DEP ensure the safety of nearby communities when it does not enforce a maximum number of blowdowns or put a realistic cap on their duration? Does not put restrictions on blowdown emissions, does not enforce blowdown monitoring or recording of blowdown events. In New Jersey, Transco has a history of not informing communities about blowdown events. They should be required to provide a draft permit detailing blowdown compliance in its current form, providing for monitoring of blowdown events and reporting of emissions to the NJ-DEP. The NJ-DEP must perform ongoing air dispersion modeling to assess public health risk. The issues cited above indicate that compressor station 206 draft permit is incomplete and insufficient for the protection of impacted communities and therefore should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Next, Robert Hayer.
Apologize if some of this is a bit of a repeat. Hello, my name is Robert Heyer. I live in Highgate Manor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection hearing. On behalf of the 2,000 or so homes, businesses, and houses of worship that will be in close proximity to Williams Transco's proposed compressor station 206, some within a quarter mile, I respectfully ask that the NJ-DEP deny Williams Transco's draft pre-construction air quality permit for the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, NESE, as it contains no blowdown compliance plan. The compressor station 206 facility with 2 turbines producing 32,000 horsepower is a substantial operation capable of moving enormous volumes of gas. While continuous emissions from turbine operation are concerning, the most significant air quality impacts arise during blowdown events. Blowdowns occur when compressors or pipelines are depressurized for maintenance or shutdown events, releasing untreated natural gas, including volatile organic compounds and hazardous air pollutants such as benzene and formaldehyde directly into the surrounding air. These events are episodic but intense, producing short-term spikes in pollution that can overwhelm local air quality and pose serious health threats, such as respiratory irritation, neurological symptoms, and cardiovascular stress. Long-term exposure to repeated blowdowns raises the probability of chronic health conditions, particularly in communities located near compressor stations. Current air quality monitoring systems fail to capture the acute nature of blowdown emissions. Regulatory frameworks emphasize annual averages, which obscure the short-term spikes that occur during blowdowns. This results in communities within 1 to 5 miles of compressor stations being disproportionately exposed to hazardous air pollution. Williams Transco needs to provide a compressor blowdown control plan as an integral part of their draft permit application. Their 1994 plan for pipeline blowdown compliance is not an acceptable substitute. They need to spell out the maximum number of blowdown events for the 206 compressor in a year, blowdown average duration time, expected blowdown pollutants and their percentages, and provide for blowdown event monitoring and recording. Further, the NJ-DEP must use the recorded blowdown data to assess public risk via air dispersion modeling. The issues cited above indicate that Williams Transco's compressor station 206 draft pre-construction air quality permit is incomplete and thereby insufficient for the protection of the impacted communities and should be rejected. It is untenable that New Jersey residents should have their health, their property, and their lives compromised, especially for a compressor and its attendant pipelines that will provide no benefit to New Jersey. The least that could be done is to provide proper oversight of blowdown and other emissions. NJ-DEP, please deny with prejudice the air permit application for the NESE project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Heather Heyer.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Heather Heyer. I am unaffiliated. My last name is Heyer. Sorry. When one is a small child, we all hear the same story. The story of the three little pigs and the big bad wolf. Small houses, small people, tenderly cared for homes, almost gone in a single puff from the big bad wolf. But a happy ending occurs. The last little pig's house stands, and the listening child moves on, not scared of the big bad wolf. Those children grow and learn, make homes of their own, carefully selecting them away from real big bad wolves. But what can one do when the story catches up with them? A gas explosion, a blowdown from the big bad wolf. Somehow the house survives, but this villain has after effects when chemical emissions remain from the big bad wolf. Every human, every child should not have to fear in their own homes that the air they breathe is because of the big bad wolf. But NJ-DEP, I speak directly to you because there is something you can do. Deny the air permits and keep everyone safe from the big bad wolf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Elizabeth Roman New. Is Elizabeth Roman New on? Okay. James Moroy. Is James Moroy on? Remember to unmute yourself if you are. Stephen Mitchell. Stephen Mitchell.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Okay.
My name is Stephen Mitchell, and I reside in Somerville in Somerset County, New Jersey, a county that is directly affected by the proposed completion of the pipeline and the compressor station to be built in nearby Franklin Township. First and foremost, this is in fact a health issue that will directly impact the people of my county, and particularly the people of Franklin Township, as well as Middlesex, which are both environmentally overburdened communities in Somerset County. Franklin Township has 68,000 people and represents 20% of Somerset County's 345,000 people. The fact that New Jersey gets absolutely no financial or research benefits from the construction of this pipeline and compressor station in Franklin should be grounds by itself for denial of these permits, as the DEP did previously in 2019 and again in 2020. Williams Transco has a past history of numerous environmental accidents that have resulted in half a dozen people being killed and more than 100 people being injured. Additionally, many of these accidents were directly created by Transco's negligence and neglect, causing failures in the materials and equipment and resulting in accidental deaths and injury, including pipeline corrosion. They had accidents in 2008 in Virginia, 2013 in Geismar, Louisiana, 2014 in Wyoming, 2015 in Gibson, Louisiana, and another accident in Marengo County, Alabama. Williams has been fined a number of times in that period by the EPA and OSHA for neglecting safety procedures and by PHMSA for failing to monitor corrosion. The 2008 pipeline explosion caused by pipeline corrosion resulted in a fine by the federal PHMSA monitoring agency. According to Transco's own application to the FERC, the proposed compressor station will emit 33.4 tons of methane, which is the most harmful gas that's going to be released. It will also emit 29,580 tons of ammonia, 320 tons of formaldehyde, 70 pounds of xylene, 14 pounds of benzene. These are all what Transco has put on their application to FERC.
Mr. Mitchell, your
Yes.
time is up. So if you can submit the rest of your comments via writing, we can consider that as part of our evaluation.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Thank you.
Next, Rachel Davis.
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, all. I'm Rachel Dawn Davis. I'm speaking in my capacity as public policy and justice organizer for the eco-spiritual nonprofit Water Spirit, representing our thousands of community members in New Jersey and globally. This project is unnecessary, should be rejected, all permits denied. Yet, while we are devastated by the approval of water-related permits, we will focus on the air permit tonight. I'm deeply concerned that this draft pre-construction permit fails to acknowledge blowdown events as an operating scenario. A blowdown isn't a technicality. It's a violent release of deadly methane, volatile organic compounds, and toxic gases directly into the air. It's an exhalation of poison into the same air our children breathe, this same air that moves through forests and over the rivers of this region, through a Buddhist temple, over a 300-year-old farm. There are many schools near compressor station 206 proposed. The lungs of those children are still forming. Their breath is still learning the rhythm of this earth. Every uncounted, unmonitored blowdown would be a silent trespass on their health and future. Williams Transco submitted a pipeline blowdown control compliance plan from 1994, 31 years ago. That's older than the children in those classrooms, older than the climate reality we now face. How can NJ-DEP consider a plan from a different century as sufficient when technology, science, and our understanding of harm and morals have evolved so much since then? Have they? There is no mention in this draft permit of any updated compliance plan for compressor station 206. How much gas would be vented into our shaded sky? Who knows? None of this math works. The jobs claim is also bloviated per the analyses available. Air is sacred, breath is life, water and air move together. What we release into the air eventually touches the water, the soil, and every living being. Why would we do this to ourselves? It's a terrible investment. We urge NJ-DEP to require an up-to-date blowdown control plan by Williams Transco to explicitly address blowdown events as an operating scenario and to protect the breath of our children and the spirit of this part of Earth. Deny these proposals, deny these permits, deny it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Robert Scardapenny.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, it's Robert Scott Payne, and I'm a resident of Franklin Township. As a resident, I'm concerned about the health impacts from CS206 and the impact on the overall town's standard of living. CS206, a 32,000 horsepower facility with two Mars 100 turbines powered by natural gas and two 50-foot smokestacks, will be constantly emitting toxins. The resulting plume will release toxins all day on 5,000 residents who live within a 1.5 mile radius from CS206. The yearly amount of toxic chemicals emitted under normal operation exceeds the New Jersey toxic air pollutants thresholds. The draft air permit application states that during normal operation, 7 hazardous air pollutants will be emitted in quantities several times more than NJ standards. But during the year, there will be 150 startups and shutdowns, and during each startup and shutdown, the toxins released will be a shocking 6 to 10 times higher, lasting 15 minutes each event. Toxins such as benzene affect the skin, eyes, lungs, and central nervous systems. Children are the most vulnerable group. Many families live within 500 to 1,500 feet from the proposed station, posing an unacceptable health risk. In addition, there is the issue of PM 2.5 particulates, which are under 2.5 micron emissions. These tiny particles are absorbed into the bloodstream and circulate throughout the body. Chronic illnesses can occur from such absorption and circulation throughout the body. In short, the danger from PM 2.5 is so extreme that the compressor should not be allowed to be so close to 1,700 homes. Over 16,000 pounds of carbon monoxide and 42,000 pounds of nitrogen oxide will be released yearly, along with large quantities of methane during blowdowns. These greenhouse gases not only affect climate change, but have real health consequences for the respiratory system in particular. The draft air permit lacks details on blowdowns, which are a worst-case scenario. Crucial questions such as the frequency of blowdowns, level of emissions during a blowdown, and warnings to the community must be addressed.
Excuse me,
Buying air
Mr.
Yes.
Scarpani, your time is up. If you can
Okay,
please
I just
submit.
want to conclude that I hope that you deny these permits, and that I find it unacceptable that you would even consider offsetting the exceeding the standards by trading it off to buying other communities' pollutants. That's absolutely absurd.
So if you have any additional comments, please submit it in writing. Again,
Okay.
we will consider writing oral comments that were made orally or in writing with equal weight. Thank you. Next, Rupali Chakravarti.
Yes, hi, I'm Rupali Chakravarti, and I live in Princeton Manor, a senior community half a mile from the proposed NESE compressor site. The seniors in my community range in age from 55 to 103 years old, and many of them are frail. How will their bodies react to the constant onslaught of poisonous gases from the compressor? In a 1.5 mile radius, there are 2,000 homes and 3 schools with 600 kids. So 6,000 or more New Jerseyans will have to breathe the toxic air all day, every day. Children and elderly will be affected first. Health research from Pennsylvania and New York predicts that 2,000 residents of Franklin and Kendall Park would show symptoms within a few months, triggering a public health crisis. Will our governor and NJ-DEP take responsibility for this? Williams Transco has not disclosed all their emissions. There is no mention of blowdown events as an operating scenario. There are no blowdown emissions included in the application. Blowdown emissions represent a worst-case scenario because they are not controlled and they are simply released to the atmosphere. Are you aware that Williams Transco has a history of not informing New Jersey communities about blowdown events, even with schools and other sensitive people nearby? How can you, NJ-DEP, protect the environment when your draft permit does not include and therefore does not enforce a maximum number of blowdowns, safety and compliance protocols, blowdown emissions, and blowdown monitoring and record keeping? Williams Transco must report all blowdown emissions, and NJ-DEP should then perform air dispersion modeling to realistically assess the known risk to public health. I ask you to carefully review the total quantities and the risks of each emission from these old model Mars 100 turbines that are being replaced in other regions, and we are getting the old ones. Please pay close attention to the risks of the carcinogens formaldehyde and benzoapyrene, since Williams Transco did not evaluate the risks in detail as per your rules. They were FER, but they were not evaluated. I formally request that NJ-DEP make public the risk analysis and the air dispersion modeling done after the blowdown emissions are included. We should be allowed to comment again, since this knowledge is critical for our future health and life expectancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Samina Setar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Samina Sitar, and I serve as the president of the Princeton Place Homeowners Association. So I'm speaking on behalf of the 22 homeowners in Princeton Place, which is less than 2 miles from the proposed compressor station 206 site. I want to offer 3 points this evening that hopefully will convince NJ-DEP to withhold approval of this permit as currently presented. First, the regulatory baseline has changed. The project before you rests on a certificate issued 6 years ago under environmental standards that no longer apply. Since then, both federal and state agencies have strengthened air quality thresholds, including the 2024 tightening of the fine particle standard. In its own filings with FERC, Williams identifies significant emissions of nitrogen oxides and other volatile organic compounds generated during both construction and operation of the compressor station. These are precisely the pollutants now subject to the stricter federal standard and the updated New Jersey State Implementation Plan. When flood risk maps are updated, NJ-DEP doesn't allow new homes to be built to the old elevations. It requires compliance with the updated flood standards. It would be unthinkable for NJ-DEP to permit a large new building today under a flood elevation standard that's 6 years old. Yet here we are asking this community to accept a large and consequential industrial project under old air quality standards. Second, if we accept that this project might serve a broader energy purpose, the developer's proposed emission offsets do not protect the people who live next to it. Offsets can reduce emissions regionally, but they do not reduce local exposure, and their effectiveness depends on markets and enforcement far beyond this community's control. What we are asking of this department is simple: do not treat offsets as an adequate answer to local risk. The federal and state air quality standards that apply today are far stricter than those in place when this project was first approved, and they exist for a reason: to prevent exactly the kind of health and safety risks that credits cannot eliminate. We ask the department to treat offset credits as supplementary and to require that any claim to mitigation be achieved through verifiable on-site emission reductions, and to withhold approval if that can't be guaranteed. Third, and most fundamentally, this proposal would introduce an industrial hazard into a residential area. Franklin Township is not an industrial or abandoned zone. It is a community of homes, schools, parks, small businesses. The proposed station is by every measure a heavy industrial facility and requires specialized emergency responses such as hazmat management, evacuation logistics, large-scale explosion response that our township does not have. If it's built in this community, it changes the character and safety profile of everything around it. We've seen what happens elsewhere. Just last Christmas morning, a compressor station in Howard County, Texas exploded and burned, and volunteer firefighters fought for hours to contain it. There are dozens of similar incidents across the country, and every one of them began with the same assurances of safety and oversight. To impose that here on a community with limited emergency capacity is to ask ordinary residents to shoulder extraordinary risk made harder to justify when governing air quality standards have already been more protective, and when proposed mitigation measures, even if effective elsewhere, and are not preventing local exposure or local danger. Taken together, these
Excuse me, your time's up. Ms. Sitar, if you can please submit it sounds like you have written comments. If you can submit that in writing, we'll add that to our record.
Sure, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Charlie Crotoville. Is Charlie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can. Okay, I'm just joining on.
Hold on.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Cradaville. I'm the Central Jersey organizer at Food and Water Watch. And I wanted to start with a question. I wanted to know why the DEP did not share the link to join this meeting until today. What purpose did that serve, withholding the link?
Sir, we don't answer. We only take comments today. We're not answering any questions.
Okay, well, when would be the appropriate place to get that answer? Because I've asked that question in writing and was told it was shared with your team, and I still haven't gotten an answer.
It will be responded to in the comment response to comment document.
Okay, well, I want to talk about the process here, but first I just want to say I'm standing in solidarity with everyone who spoke so eloquently against this project. We know at Food and Water Watch that we don't need any more fossil fuel infrastructure. In fact, it's killing us. And this particular piece of fossil fuel infrastructure is going to put in danger some vulnerable people. You heard about the housing nearby. You have heard about this company's track record. You've heard about their shoddy plans from 30 years ago to comply. And you've heard that the people of New Jersey don't want this and get nothing good from it. So I think we all should be in agreement that these types of projects should not be proposed, should not be coming before the DEP. And we need Governor Murphy to stand up for all of us, because the reality is vulnerable people are going to get hurt, sick, and die. And the truth of the matter is that everyone in New Jersey gets zero from this. Who benefits from it? Williams Transco. This is a major corporation that is going to be harming all of us here in Central Jersey. And I share the sentiments that we should all be quite sad to know that our governor didn't stand up for us on the water quality permit. And the DEP has shown its hand that you're moving to fast track this project. I just want to note that, Microsoft Teams is not the best platform to have this. Keeping the link to yourself. I mean, I signed up. I gave you my email address. Why didn't you send me the link for today? Why did I have to hunt through the website to find it to help others be able to join this hearing? Why did you limit us to 2 minutes? There's almost 100 people on this call, despite all the obstacles you've put in our way. And no in-person hearings? This is ridiculous. You need to hear from the public, and cutting everybody off after 2 minutes is not acceptable. And frankly, holding only one hearing on this infrastructure is unacceptable. We deserve so much better. And unfortunately, Governor Murphy's legacy is going to be bad. This is a pipeline that's going to harm people in Somerset County,
I'm
Middlesex
sorry, I have
County,
to
Monmouth
cut
County,
you off
and you didn't have the
because
decency to have an
you are
in-person
over
hearing
time.
or answer our questions. I asked these
we
questions and I'm not getting answers. You didn't even share the link for today. This is shameful.
we have to move on to the next
Governor Murphy,
presenter.
Sean Latourette, the DEP should be ashamed of themselves for how they've handled this Nessie project.
Thank you. Again, if you have written statements, please submit them to to us either via email or the mailing address. Next, Laura Cisar. Laura, if you're on, please unmute yourself. Okay. We'll go to Susan Bernstein.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I realize that every time there's a project like this, there are going to be positives and negatives. But there's no positives for the people of New Jersey or the people of New York, for that matter, in this project. The only group that really benefits from it is Transco. And we've talked about the blowdowns, but every day while this is running, there's going to be pollution entering the air. And we have other ways of generating electricity. This is an unneeded and potentially very dangerous project. And I would love to see the DEP stand up to Transco, which has a zombie pipeline every few years, and say, no, we told you no before. The answer is still no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I
Next.
speak? I didn't, this is Laura Caesar. I couldn't get my mic on. Is it on
Okay.
now? Okay,
Sure.
thank you. Thank you. I'm Laura Caesar. I'm from Edison, New Jersey. I'm a member of New Brunswick Monthly Meeting. I'm a Quaker from New Brunswick. So I echo, I just want to say that all the things I've heard, especially on the regulatory environment changing and the lack of adequate blowdown emission plans and monitoring resonate with me. But I want, and the people who live very close to where this compressor will be will have the most exposure, but it's not limited to there. I looked today on the New Jersey DEP's website at your air quality assessment report, and the two stations that are nearby are Rider University and Rutgers University. And the areas, they have the highest not good air quality, within the state, and from your 2023 report, which is the last report that I can find. So I don't think the exposure is just limited to the people immediate to the compressor, but it does go further. And my concerns are the health impacts of both vulnerable populations, people who may not have access to health care, besides being elderly, or young populations, which are growing. And I mean, the asthma that people have, it rates in New Jersey, especially with some of the air pollution and other things are high. So I'm going to stop there, but I'm asking, as a very concerned resident, for the DEP to decline this permit, to say no to this permit, and please do not let this project go forward. And I'm very sorry with others, that the other permits were granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Susan Michaudis.
Yes, good evening. My name is Susan Michaudis. I believe that great harm will come to the Garden State if the Williams Transco Nessie pipeline permits are approved. FERC, in their final environmental impact statement issued in January of 2019, noted the operation of compressor station 206 along the Nessie project would result in long-term impacts on air quality. It is my understanding that the New Jersey DEP's mission is to protect public health and the environment by conserving natural and historic resources, ensuring clean air and water, and creating resilient communities. This Williams Transco project defies those objectives in every meaningful way. I am asking you to live up to your name, New Jersey Environmental Protection, over politics. This is the third time that Williams Transco has come to you with the same proposal, which has been rejected each time for cause. Williams Transco did not meet the regulatory requirements each time and have not changed their specifications on this current application. Williams Transco has a poor history of safety issues with a poor track record for its pipelines and compressor stations, as you've already heard, including the past explosions and leaks. As you heard, since 2008, 10 Williams Transco pipelines and compressor stations have exploded and are caught fire. These incidents have killed 6 people and injured 103 others. So frankly, I'm angry that this project is once again up for consideration. I'm angry that you have not held in-person hearings on this devastating project affecting thousands of residents. I'm asking you and Governor Murphy to reject this proposal once and for all and live up to your name, the New Jersey Environmental Protection Agency. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Barbara Hurdle. Is Barbara Hurdle on? If you are, please unmute yourself. Okay. Next, Ellen Lichtick.
Can you
Ellen
move the
Lich-
list down so we can see the names?
The list is right. I've got Ellen right on the top.
I don't see the screen change. I still see Barbara
We
Hurdle.
don't
as
have
last.
that on our screen. You have to scroll it, please.
Give me a second. Let me unshare and share again. I did scroll it.
We don't see it. Did it say your name? Okay, come. Good. Come. I don't see it. He said it. Be careful. Should it come? You heard your name. She heard her name. I heard the name, but I don't say good. It's fine. Good for them to see. They haven't said. Is it taking you some?
So who's going to speak? Let's talk.
Wait. Let's see the name.
Call on somebody.
I hope that DEP accounts for the extra minutes that this is taking to allow people to speak.
Hi, everyone. This is Dave-DEP, the NJ-DEP. Give us a minute. We're having some technical problems, but please be patient. I apologize.
Can you show the whole list of speakers? I can't scroll down and see anything but the next 10.
Yeah, we're working on it. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Problem.
I
And
think
yes, we can allot for more time. This is
awesome.
We're having a
Thank
technical
you so
problem
much.
here. Yep.
Thank you so much.
And while the technical issue is going on, I don't know if it would also be possible to see the list that has already been called. Reason is I had signed up, but did not receive the link in my email, and I just want to make sure I didn't miss my name.
Understood. Okay, for the sake of time, how about I just go with the raised hands? Is that appropriate for everyone? So on my screen, I have Dan.
Yes.
I believe it's Lebert. Could be wrong. I can't see it.
Yeah, that's me. Am I ready to speak?
Go ahead, Dan. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ellen Wujisenge is ready to speak.
Okay, I'll go to you next, Ellen. Dan, go ahead.
Okay. So I just found out about this meeting pretty late. My kids are screaming in the background. I think I'm upstairs now, but I really want to emphasize I have very little time in my life, but I made it work tonight because I find this very important. Both my daughter has asthma. I had asthma when I was a kid. A lot of problems breathing. My daughter had pneumonia twice this year because of complications she has. I'm very into the inhaler and the nebulizer. I've been through all that so much. And so many people in New Jersey, especially when I was growing up, had that issue. And we've made so much progress and learned so much about air quality over the years that it's really disheartening that we're rejecting all that knowledge by even considering such a proposal that I'm hearing, a proposal that's already been more or less rejected previously by this company. And it's really disappointing that Governor Murphy, who really has a chance to leave a good legacy when it comes to climate, when it comes to the future that my children will be confronted with, and the children throughout New Jersey will be confronted with. To have this go through is really disappointing. I'm hearing from so many other people who are concerned about children who live both very close to this proposed site of this compressor plant, and those who may be further away but still won't escape the pollution that it'll emit continuously day after day is just really shocking. I could have we moved to New Jersey a few years ago because we love the things like the environmental policies that it has relative to other states. But at this rate, if we approve projects like this, why not just move to Louisiana and Cancer Alley? Why not go there? I mean, what are we supposed to be as a state if we approve projects like this? It's kind of a shock and a disgrace where we're supposed to have these progressive politics and yet could approve of projects like these is just unconscionable and just a disgrace. So I really hope that this is denied. Governor Murphy will agree that, and the DEP will agree that this is an unacceptable proposal. The permit must be denied. And I hope you realize that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ellen, are you ready?
Ellen Lichtig, are you ready to speak?
Ellen, you're on mute. Unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ellen Wijesinger. That's Wijeshinghe. And don't count that as part of my speech. Once again, I find myself in the position of pleading with the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to protect our environment. I can understand why it might be in the interest of the NJ-DEP to sacrifice our safe environment if it would provide greater wealth for the state of New Jersey. But New Jersey does not benefit from having a compressor station sending Pennsylvania frack gas along the NJ pipeline across the state of New Jersey to New York. The company, Williams Transco, benefits financially, but New Jersey does not. The workers do benefit in their salaries only during the construction and rare brief maintenance periods. Doctors, hospitals, and undertakers will also benefit thanks to the sick people the compressor station will create. If NJ-DEP were to organize a firing squad to eliminate the residents of my neighborhood, Princeton Manor and Kendall Park, less than a half-mile from the compressor station, that would benefit the undertakers. But the hospitals and doctors would lose the benefit of having us die before the compressor station had the chance to make us sick. But the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection is not the Department of generating wealth for people benefiting from sick New Jerseyans. It is to protect the environment, which it clearly is neglecting to do. How will compressor station 206 harm the environment? It will send primary air pollutants into the air. These include various organic compounds, which will cause headaches, nausea, lung damage, and carcinogens, and shorten the lifespan of my family and neighbors. During inevitable blowdowns, intentionally venting large volumes of high-pressured gas directly into my community, we will be inhaling more concentrated, dangerous pollutants than usual. This is not good for me, my family, my neighbors, or the environment. These gases will find their way inside our windows and doors, and we will have to breathe them even while in our own homes until they kill us. Not only will there be poisonous gases emitted by this compressor station, there will be perpetual loud noise generated by this machinery. We are blessed to live in a section of the lovely Garden State where there is peace and quiet. We moved here for this peace and tranquility. How wonderful if the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection could deny Transco's permit and keep our peace and tranquility.
All right. Thank you, Ellen. Next up, Jason Alejandro. Jason, if you can unmute yourself. Jason, are you there? I'll go to the next person, Donald Wolf. Donald, if you can please unmute yourself. Donald? Okay, next is Catherine Hunt. Catherine, I see you on the list. Can you unmute your microphone? Catherine? You can unmute your microphone. Okay, we can come back to Catherine. I see Catherine's on the list, but she's having difficulty unmuting herself. Iman Mohammed? Imad? Iman Mohammed? Does everyone hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll go to the next name until someone can unmute. Esther Barkon?
Barkin,
Is-
yes. Can you hear me?
Barkon. I hear you. Yes.
Okay, so I too want to speak out against this project. It's very disappointing that after being defeated twice before for cause, without any substantial changes, Nessie's once again up for consideration. And it's disheartening that Governor Murphy approved the water permits in collaboration with Governor Hochul of New York, and some kind of deal with President Trump. And he wants to bring back coal and expand fracking and drilling. And that's not what the people of New Jersey want. And ironically, it's contrary to the governor's off-stated goals of 100% clean energy by 2035. And it's really a betrayal, putting the health and welfare of the constituents that he has sworn to serve, as well as the safety of our air, water, and habitat at grave risk. And for what? This is a project that does not benefit New Jersey at all, but subjects us to the risks, which are many. And you all know the risks. It seems to me that this process tonight should be reversed. The DEP should try to explain why they want to approve this project, because all of the stats are against it. And I am a resident of New Jersey who's already struggling with the health effects of polluted air that our public officials seem indifferent to change. And I speak on behalf of those who suffer from chronic illnesses. We're constantly challenged by breathing air that's polluted, by forest fires near and far, landscape equipment that spews out noxious fumes, vehicles exhaust, especially from the plethora of trucks and tractor trailers that line our roads, and the appliances, our gas appliances in our home that we know leak a small amount of methane gas. We do not want nor need more gas pipelines running through our communities. We do not want a compressor station in close proximity to residential neighborhoods. And it was really heartbreaking to hear the last hearing that you had, people from the senior residential communities being so frightened about the effects of the vibrations from the compressor station and the risk to their health and safety. And I would ask, what is your mandate? You are supposed to protect our health and the environment. Governor Murphy's on his way out, and I would say that you should stand firm in supporting your mission and vote no on these permits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Esther. Next, Chloe Jakowitzik. Chloe, you're there? You can unmute yourself, unmute your microphone. Chloe? Okay, we'll go to Allegro Gomez. Mr. Gomez, please unmute your microphone.
Hello, this is Catherine Hunt. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear
Hello?
you now. Yes.
Okay.
We can go back. We can go back to you now. Yes.
Okay.
You can start, Catherine. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. I'm very mystified as why you would be doing this. That we've already said no to this Transco company, and so why are we having to say this again? But it looks like this is a very kind of a difficult program to get onto, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who aren't able to manage it. So, and not having an in-person meeting as well, it just seems as though you're trying to shut us up and do that you really don't want to hear from the people who are going to be affected. Um, and that's, you know, that's just no good at all. I don't know what you think your mission is, but you need to look real hard at that, and maybe you need to quit. It just doesn't, it makes no sense what you've been doing here. And it makes no sense what Governor Murphy's been doing. I don't know why he would, after saying no a couple of times, why he's extending himself to agree with the oligarchs, with the DC administration. Why would he do this? It just doesn't make any sense that he, as he's leaving, and this is the legacy he's going to leave. It does not make sense at all. And it doesn't make sense what you're doing here either. Then I'm asking you to please do not grant any permits to Transco. Not the air permits, not, I don't know why they get granted water permits. They have no business doing that. And I'll say, as a public health nurse, you know, we study the differences between populations who live near pipelines and compressor stations and populations who do not. And there's very bad health effects. I'm sure that you've learned something about them or heard something about them, but no, it's not safe to live near a compressor station. And the amount of organic chemicals and the likelihood of gas pipelines leaking, which all of them do. The asthma from the ozone, the asthma increases in your whole patient population from the ozone. It's just, it's like I have no words. I cannot understand why you'd be doing this. We get nothing in New Jersey but liability from this. The gas doesn't go to us. We get nothing but liability. Stop this. Do not allow this to happen. Say
right,
no. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Andrew Campbell. Andrew, if you can unmute your microphone. If you're here, Andrew. If not, I'll go next to Magsy P. Is Magsy here?
Hi, yes, I'm actually Leah. That's my nickname on my email, I guess.
Okay.
So
So can you
everyone
say
here.
can you say your name then? If, yeah.
Yes,
So we.
Leah Anderson.
Okay.
Thank you. Everyone here has spoken very eloquently in their thorough assessments that this pipeline is not good for the people of New Jersey and the environment we rely on. So I will comment on the importance of our voices. In various levels of government, I notice a pattern of committees, boards, and departments continuously making plans and decisions for the people they are meant to serve while simultaneously ignoring the voices of those very same people. That is not how our government is meant to function. Our government is meant to be of, by, and for the people, not just in our representatives, but every facet of our local, state, and federal government. The responsibility of us, the people, does not end at the voting booth. Town halls like this are how we continue to make our desires known, and our government is meant to listen to the people in such matters. Elections are not giving carte blanche to those elected to make decisions for the people without actual ongoing support of the people. It is demoralizing for our voices to be ignored or seen as just a side note and projects forced through anyway, despite the harm to our health, our beautiful ecosystem, and future generations of New Jerseyans. If the people do not want this project and they make their valid and scientifically backed concerns clearly known to the Department of Environmental Protection, then this project should not go through. Instead, alternatives must be offered to the people for their consideration. Thank you.
Get on, it's a Microsoft something or other.
Thank you, Leah.
Microsoft.
Next to, I'm going to mute everyone right now, just some background noise.
The Nessie.
Okay, so next up is Dwayne Young. Dwayne, if you can unmute your microphone. Dwayne? Okay, I'll go to the next person, Doug O'Malley. Doug, if you can please unmute your microphone. Doug? Okay, next up, Cassandra Inez. Cassandra, are you here? Cassandra? Okay. Next, Holly Cox.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Great. I'm Holly Cox, a 27-year New Jersey resident. I'm here to ask you to please deny the NESC pipeline permit. The fact you're even considering this again shows that big oil, money, and corruption still talks. Despite the fact that we're all living through a climate emergency, we can see and feel with our own senses. Hottest years on record in all of history, drought in New Jersey, followed by torrential rains that put everywhere in New Jersey under a flood watch. Thousands of acres of wildfires nearby, decimating the natural habitats of millions of birds, wildlife, insects, etc. There are 100 problems with this proposed pipeline. This project has not changed since Transco's first failed applications and should be denied again. There will be water contamination at the compressor station. This pipeline and all its associated compressor station will have several impacts on water quality, both during and after construction. It will affect sedimentation and turbidity, release of toxins, will disturb wetlands, will contaminate groundwater. During operation, we'll have leaks and spills. They always leak and spill. Air pollution and acid rain, toxic groundwater and soil, noise pollution, blowdowns, which are horrific, which people have already mentioned. Water contamination in the Raritan Bay. Laying a 26-inch diameter pipeline in a 26-mile-long trench below the seafloor is disruptive and will result in a significant decline in the quality of water that we all share. This part of this Raritan Bay loop would go through the Raritan Bay Slag Superfund site, creating even more toxic pollution in our atmosphere. Will cause ecological devastation, habitat destruction and fragmentation. This pipeline alone is projected to permanently harm 78 acres of forest, wetlands, and ocean floor, potentially impacting species of ecological, commercial, and recreational importance. Compressor stations emit various air pollutants, including nitrogen oxides and particulate matter, which we all know once it's in your lungs, it never comes out of your lungs.
Okay.
Also, there are threats to endangered species. I'll just wrap up. I just want to wrap up by saying, you know, Governor Murphy, you have been a complete disappointment. The NJ-DEP, you've been a complete disappointment. Instead of protecting our environment, you are destroying our environment. So I'm asking you to please do the right thing and stop this terrible project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Holly. And if you had more that you didn't get to, please feel free to email in your written comments, or you can mail them in also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Margaret Medow. Margaret, you can unmute your microphone. Margaret, are you here? Next, Karen Chapin. Karen? Okay, next, John Wheeler. John, please unmute your microphone if you're here. John? Okay, next, Barbara Rosenthal. Barbara, are you in attendance? Barbara, if you unmute your microphone. Okay, next, Tatina Sarian. Tatiana, are you here? Okay, next, William Glancy. William, it's your turn to speak. I see William. William, if you can unmute your microphone. William, would you like to speak? We can come back if you're having difficulty unmuting your microphone. Carol Cowie? Carol, are you in attendance? Not. Next up is Brett Mercer. Brett, if you could unmute your microphone. Brett? Okay. If not, Catherine Riss. Catherine? Catherine in attendance? Catherine, you can unmute your microphone if you're in attendance. Russ Doyle? Russ, you in attendance? Hamson Hollow? Hamson? Can I mute your microphone? Okay. Next on the list is Virginia Lamb. Virginia, if you're here, you can unmute your microphone. Okay. Next up is Denise Brunker. Denise? Okay. Denise, you can unmute your microphone if you're here. Okay. Next up, Pranita Bajolini.
Bislani, can you hear me?
We hear you now. Yes. Thanks, Pranita.
Great. Thank you. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed NESE project and compressor stations because they will have wide-ranging and significant adverse effects on the surrounding environment and wildlife through habitat destruction, water and air pollution, noise disturbance, and contributions to climate change. I'm particularly concerned that the NESE project is located near habitats for vulnerable bird populations like the American kestrel and bald eagle. The Raritan and Sandy Hook Bays affected by the pipeline are home to numerous federally and state-listed endangered and threatened species of birds and marine life. Pipeline construction and operation pose a direct threat to these vulnerable species through habitat destruction, water and air pollution, and noise disturbance. In addition, this pipeline and its compressor stations will clear vast tracts of land, which destroys existing habitats and breaks up larger connected areas of land, disrupting animal migration and damaging plant communities. The NESE project will destroy 78 acres of forest and wetlands. Moreover, the NESE pipeline's path through Raritan Bay poses a risk of churning up toxins buried in the ocean floor, further endangering marine life and potentially impacting beaches. Additionally, construction activities will disturb soil and vegetation, leading to erosion and sediment runoff into waterways. The compressor station will emit various air pollutants, including nitrogen oxides and particulate matter, which contribute to respiratory problems and other health issues in wildlife, as well as humans. The gases also cause acid rain that can harm crops and vegetation. The noise pollution could disturb and damage wildlife near the proposed compressor. Research shows noise pollution can disrupt animal behavior, hinder reproduction, and even affect the abundance and diversity of insects and spiders, potentially creating a cascade of ecological consequences. We are currently in the midst of a biodiversity crisis and what scientists term the sixth mass extinction. So to move forward on projects like this is beyond irresponsible. I'm also very upset that Governor Murphy's NJ-DEP has only scheduled one single virtual meeting to hear from the public on this permit, given the grave harms this project will cause to both human and non-human life. I'm very concerned about the fast tracking of this pipeline when he knows there is vast opposition. I want Governor Murphy to protect New Jerseyans and the environment and use his power to reject this fossil fuel project. I haven't even gone into climate change and greenhouse gas emissions that this pipeline will cause. Natural gas is the product transported by this pipeline, and this is the fossil fuel that contributes to climate change. Methane, the primary component of natural gas, is a potent greenhouse gas and leaks from the pipeline, which contributes significantly to overall greenhouse gas emissions. We already know.
Thank you, Pranita. Thank
You're
you.
very
If you
welcome.
can-
Okay, thank you so much for the time.
If you can submit your any further written comments to the email or the mailing address, and we'll certainly address them.
Hello.
Yes, I sure will. Thank you so much.
Hi,
Thanks.
this is William Clancy. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I hear you, William. Yes, okay.
Yeah, I had some difficulty unmuting.
Okay, you can go ahead then. Yes.
Thank you. I've listened to what the prior speakers have said, and I think they've made some outstanding points regarding this proposed pipeline. It is dangerous, it is unnecessary, and it is a threat to our environment. If approved, the pipeline would carry frack gas through the Raritan Bay, putting communities at risk of water contamination, air pollution, and long-term climate damage. A compressor station in Franklin Township would pollute the air with methane and harmful volatile organic compounds, threatening the health and safety of Central Jersey residents, while the pipeline through the bay would disturb sensitive habitats for clams, horseshoe crabs, fish, and other marine animals. And the compressors would generate an enormous amount of greenhouse gases each year. So I urge New Jersey Department of Energy Protection to reject the applications for the permits related to the Williams Company's Northeast Supply Enhancement pipeline project. I think it would be a huge mistake to go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Next is Cynthia Wilson. Cynthia, if you can please unmute your mic. Cynthia, if you're here tonight, you can please unmute. I'll go to Maureen Vanier next. Maureen? Maureen Vanier, are you here tonight? Okay, next I'll go to Harsh Bhargava.
My name is Harsh Bhargava from South Brunswick. I want to address this to NJ-DEP and through it to the governor of New Jersey, Mr. Murphy, who has let us down terribly. I voted for Mr. Murphy because he promised to be an environmental friendly governor, but he has let us down terribly by giving NESE the water permit. I request him and the DEP to redeem themselves by denying the air permit. I am a very worried man like thousands of others in New Jersey. I will not repeat the dangers of this NESE project, which so many have spoken so eloquently with solid facts and data. Let me emphasize one point regarding the absolute wrong choice of location. The 35,000 horsepower compressor will be next to a live quarry. I repeat, a live quarry. This quarry has dynamite triggered blasts every other day and sometimes shakes the foundations of thousands of homes in the vicinity. Just imagine what these blasts next to the gas-fired compressor can do. Yes, it can shake and loosen the joints and release gases, potentially huge amounts, and even cause fire. One more big concern to us. Just the possibility of NESE project has reduced the values of our properties, our life's major equity and saving, and it will go down further because of the compressor. So my question to you, ladies and gentlemen at the DEP, would you allow your parents or grandparents to live next to such a hazardous site? If the answer is no, you exactly know what to do. Deny the air permit to NESE. I'd like to say one more thing since I have time. It pains me that the country that I came to by and large stood for principles, had leaders with spine, whether in Congress, state assembly, departments, including EPA. It pains me how these people are being bullied, bribed, and arm twisted into not doing what they have been appointed to do. I hope that the honorable managers and DEP persons will not allow such bullying or bribery and will continue to do the work they are appointed for, protection of environment and air quality for Americans, and fearlessly deny
Okay,
the
Harsh.
air permit to NESE. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh. Next is Sonia Greenberg. Sonia?
Sonia is not available.
Okay, thank you. Next, Eileen Balaban Eisenberg.
I'm here.
Good, okay,
Okay.
you're up.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Balaban Eisenberg, a proud born and raised New Jerseyan. I live in Princeton Manor, a 55-plus community located approximately a half a mile from the proposed compressor station 206. In total, there are approximately more than 2,000 homes, multiple schools, many houses of worship, and businesses located within 1.5 miles of the proposed site. This project will affect people of all ages, the very young, the old, and everyone in between, who all deserve to breathe clean air in our Garden State. I'm an asthmatic, use an inhaler as well as a rescue inhaler. I'm very fearful for my health and the health of others because of all the air pollution this unnecessary compressor station 206 and the NESE project in total will emit during working hours, not to mention during blowdowns. Blowdown emissions represent the worst form of air quality pollution due to the amount of toxins being dumped into the atmosphere. Air toxins like benzene, formaldehyde, hydrogen sulfide, just to name a few. Would you want a member of your family living anywhere near this unnecessary, harmful, NESE project? Of course you wouldn't, and neither do we or the people of New Jersey. I am extremely disappointed in Governor Murphy and the NJ-DEP, who already approved the water quality certificates for NESE, which were previously denied on merit multiple times. I find it unconscionable that New Jersey government has failed to protect us from this dangerous project. NJ-DEP and Governor Murphy have one last chance to do the right thing and save us and the environment of New Jersey. Please deny the quality air permits for this project. I urge you, please, Governor Murphy, be a hero. Save your constituents and save your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Next, Tara Lamont. Tara, if you can please unmute your microphone.
Am I on?
Yes, Tara?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay.
Good evening. My name is Tara Lamont. I live in Kendall Park, New Jersey. The hasty, unlawful approval of NESE's freshwater permits was a travesty. And at what price? What backroom deal for our lives and health? And now you say you've made a tentative decision to approve the air quality permit. This is totally incomprehensible. The science is clear. Compressor emissions cause leukemia, cancer, heart disease. And yet you allow VOC emissions of up to 10 tons a year, which is based on averages, should be cut in half. Where do you get this from? And when Transco won't make that. When Transco exceeds toxin limits like NOx, it simply buys credits. This practice cannot be allowed here because it is next to a living, breathing community of children, seniors, and families. Emissions from blowdowns are ignored. Blowdowns spew methane and hazardous pollutants, including hydrogen sulfide and the rotten egg stench which causes illnesses. Also ignored are emissions from 150 annual startups and shutdowns. It is critical to consider cumulative impacts: air, noise, odor, safety, water, and technology. Zoning, heavy industrial right next to residential institutional. What's with that? Noise, their solution, 9 inches of insulation lining a flimsy, barely staffed metal shed with the loudest equipment outside. Noise barrier, a chain link fence with a line of trees. Safety, Transco's record is riddled with explosions and violations. Here they plan to rely on the local fire department. Technology outdated, the design is 15 years old, its core goes back to 1989. There are cleaner, smarter systems that include satellite imaging to detect excess emissions. Why are we getting a dinosaur? And water, Transco expects Franklin Township to upgrade its water line to provide 2.4 million gallons of water off the 5 million. Do your job, NJ-DEP. Don't be called the Department of Environmental Pollution. Deny the permits before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Next, June Hampson.
Hello?
Yes, hi, June.
Hi. My name is June Hampson. My home is a mile downwind from the proposed site for the compressor station, and I'm urging you to deny the air quality permit. This compressor station will be in a populated area, as you've heard. 5 elementary schools serving over 2,900 students each year within a 5-mile radius, some just 2 miles away. There are also 13 preschools in that area, 7 of which are within a 2-mile radius of the site, which feed into these schools another 2,900 children. Generations of children will be exposed to toxic chemicals released by the station 24 hours of the day as they play outdoors as well as in their schools, homes, and daycare centres. Chemicals and particulate matter will enter their homes and accumulate. Over its lifespan, the compressor station will expose tens of thousands of very young children to pollutants that will damage their health. Compressor stations emit particulate matter and volatile organic compounds, including benzene and formaldehyde. The EPA has classified benzene as a known human carcinogen with no safe levels of exposure. There is growing evidence that benzene is associated with childhood leukemia. Benzene affects the blood-forming system even at low levels of exposure. As a person who's been battling leukemia for the past 9 years, I urge you to protect children from this risk. I'm speaking tonight instead of having a blood transfusion that I needed. Formaldehyde targets the lungs and mucous membranes. The World Health Organization classifies it as a carcinogenic to humans. This cancer link has been well documented. Compressor stations studied in Arkansas and Pennsylvania released formaldehyde at amounts 100 times higher than the widely accepted baseline of 1 per million. Fugitive emissions occur frequently at compressor stations. A Texas study of 8 compressor stations identified over 2,000 emissions in 4 months. Chemicals will also be released intentionally during maintenance operations called blowdowns. We have no idea how many there will be because Transco hasn't bothered to even count them or mention them in their application. There will be 150, I'm sorry, a lot of people haven't spoken, I'm going to continue. There will be 150 scheduled shutdowns and startups per year, during which blowdowns may occur.
Please
As a
conclude.
result, frequently, the exposure to the community will be much greater than estimated by Williams Transco. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, June. Gary Kleeman. Gary? Alice Freund? Alice, I see Alice there. If you, Alice can unmute.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Alice, yes.
Okay. I'm a former, I worked as an environmental scientist, and now I'm a volunteer as a climate activist with many organizations. And I'm here to oppose this air permit which would be a disaster. The whole project's a disaster. It's a dinosaur from the past. We're moving away from fossil fuels. We're moving towards renewable energy. It makes no sense, as everybody has said. But why has it been revived? It's been revived because we have a president who took campaign contributions from the fossil fuel industry and William Transco, and now New Jersey has a choice. We can either fight back or we can succumb to this really crazy thing that's going to hurt people's health. Why is it going to hurt people's health? From the air pollution, it's going to be emitting carcinogens, like people have already spoke about, benzene, formaldehyde, VOCs. And these are carcinogens, as the woman just said, and they are not going to be totally controlled. The catalytic converter will not control formaldehyde. These chemicals are not being monitored. I looked at the permit. They're not being monitored. And another big concern is ultrafine particles. I'm going to bring this up because this is an emerging air pollutant that's only being followed in a certain number of states right now. Apparently, California, Florida, New York, and Rhode Island are doing, surveillance of ultrafine particles, but these come from the combustion of methane gas and other sources, other fossil fuels. But that's, one of the things that methane gas does emit and isn't monitored. And these fine particles can get into our bloodstream and travel to all our organs. They've been associated with heart attacks, strokes, asthma, Alzheimer's disease, and Parkinson's disease. They're found, they do travel to all our organs.
Thank you, Alice.
The worst pollutant, I have to say, is carbon dioxide, which is not mentioned at all in this air permit. This is the worst air pollutant that's being emitted because it's causing global warming, and it affects our air in New Jersey, even if it is going to be emitted from this compressor, but it's also going to be emitted like crazy wherever this combustion is, wherever the fossil fuel ends up, like in New York.
Thank you, Alice.
Over
And
here,
you can submit your written, you can submit your written comments.
it's
Yeah,
going
please.
to
Yeah,
it's going to increase the temperature of our atmosphere, creating worse storms. And I'm just saying, Governor Murphy and the DEP should not approve this and not should stand up to the bullying that they're getting from these companies and do the right thing and reject this air permit, reject the whole.
Alice, I have to stop now because I want to try to get as many people as we can tonight.
Thank you.
So thank you. So please submit any additional written comments you have, and anyone else. I have to start getting closer to the 2 minutes. Otherwise, I'm not going to get to everyone. So
I understand
thank
it
you.
should have been, you should have given everybody a little more time.
Well,
Anyway.
but we only have a certain amount of time, and I want to try to get to everyone to speak. So
I hope you do. Yeah.
thank you. Next is Brian Russo.
Testing, you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Brian.
All right, very good. Hi, my name is Brian Russo. I'm co-chair of Climate Reality Project of North New Jersey, a voluntary group of 550 active members. I became a climate activist when I realized that I wouldn't live until retirement age. Like your children, I will die from climate change related events. In 1959, physicist Edward Teller warns oil and gas companies that emissions would lead to global warming. President Johnson acknowledged it in 1965. The EPA was created by Richard Nixon in 1970. In 1977, scientists from Exxon warned management that emissions would lead to global warming. In 1988, a study done by Shell predicted that burning fossil fuels would result in warming of 1 to 2 degrees in about 40 years and warned that countries would have to be abandoned. Carl Sagan testified to Congress in '85, NASA scientist James Hansen in 1988. In early 90s, Exxon actively denied climate change existed while Shell and BP acknowledged it. Damage from climate change has driven up the cost of insurance, cost of living, while the fossil fuel industry has made record profits and received about $31 billion in subsidies each year. They spent $445 billion in the last election cycle to influence this administration. More than 40 members of this administration have direct ties to the fossil fuel industry. Has their influence reached New Jersey DEP? Extreme heat kills over 500,000 people each year. A study done by Harvard has linked 1 in 5 deaths to climate change. This project will kill. Over 13,000 scientists agree that we must rapidly lower emissions to prevent the worst of possible outcomes of climate change. Every fraction of a degree matters. We have already passed the 1.5 degree threshold. The International Court of Justice has ruled that countries are obligated to take action on climate change. We know renewable energy is cheaper, quicker to deploy, and has the least environmental impact. Methane isn't natural, it's toxic, it's outdated, it will kill people, animals, and biodiversity. It will pollute our air and water. This permit was already denied. What's different is this administration is in the pocket of fossil fuel lobbyists. Similar to lawsuits against tobacco companies in the past, there are lawsuits against several big oil companies now for their decades-long deception and knowingly caused damages. We will not be able to live in outer space. If you live in an underground bunker, your life will be miserable. What are you going to tell your children? This permit should be denied. Anybody involved in this should be ashamed of themselves for proposing it, and I hope to see you held responsible. Drilling is killing.
Thank you, Brian. Get Gabrielle Speiler. Gabrielle?
Yep.
Thank you.
I just lost my notes. Could you go to the next person and come back?
Sure. Ted Glick?
Yes, can you hear me?
I hear you, yes.
Yes, I'm the president of the organization 350 New Jersey Rockland. A few things. One is, just want to note that this hearing is happening at the same time as the 30th annual United Nations Climate Conference right now in Brazil. It seems like it'd be a good idea perhaps for DEP people to check out what's going on there. That's the first point I want to make. In addition to the work I'm doing with 350 New Jersey Rockland, for a long time, I was the coordinator of a group, Roseland Against the Compressor Station, where we made lots of efforts for many years to prevent the construction of what ended up being about a 60,000 horsepower compressor station, where when we started, there wasn't anything. There was also supposed to be a pipeline, the Penny's pipeline, to bring a lot of gas through this compressor station. We were not able to prevent the construction of this very big compressor station, but the movement that we are part of, that's still here today, was successful in defeating the Penny's pipeline. So that fortunately for the people in Roseland and surrounding areas, they have not been subjected to anywhere near the amount of poisons put into the atmosphere. And one of the reasons why there was a victory, an important victory in this particular Roseland fight, was because of what happened at one point, where the company Williams Transco in 2013 was constructing the first of two different phases of building this ultimately 60,000 horsepower compressor station. And there was an accidental blowdown, and huge amounts of gas were released into the air, and the weather conditions were such, actually it wasn't an accident, it was a planned blowdown. And the people who did this, the Williams Transco people who did it, had their calculations wrong, and instead of the gas going up into the sky and disappearing, it stayed down close to the ground, and it spread out over 1.5 miles to an elementary school, where all of a sudden, throughout the elementary school, people were panicking with the smell of gas, not knowing what was happening. And that turned the town against Williams Transco, and we put up as strong a fight as we could, but we couldn't defeat it. So that says something about this company, that they planned this blowout as part of building a new pipeline into the developing compressor station, and they didn't take account into the weather. So this is the company that would build this thing. They can't be trusted. They have a bad history in terms of violations. The last thing I want to say is Governor Murphy and his legacy. This has been spoken of before. Why would he be doing this? Why would he and the DEP be supporting this? I mean, he talked a good game about the need to take action on the climate crisis and to be all about environment, and actually did some good things for sure. But as one of his last acts, he's going to preside over the approval of this absolutely unneeded the thing. I mean, it's kind of hard to understand how he could do that. It's mystifying, unless
Thank
he's
you, Ted.
completely sold out.
Thank you, Ted. And if you submit any additional comments that you have, Gabrielle Speiler. Gabrielle, you ready now?
Yes.
Okay.
You've heard all the arguments against this project. You heard about the pollution dangers, but you already knew about that. You heard about the effects on seniors and children, but you already knew about that. You've heard about greenhouse gases and climate change, but you already know about that. You've heard today about blow down false information and old information, but you already know about that. You've heard about the compressor station noise and smells, but you already know about that. You've heard that New York doesn't need the gas, but you know that. You've heard that 20 town councils have resolutions against this project, including Princeton just this week, but you know that. You've heard about the dangers of Williams Transco's history of violations, explosions, fines, misrepresentations, deaths. You know about that. So what does the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection do? How do they protect the people of New Jersey? How do they protect the environment? This is how. Today is how. Now is how you do that. If you approve this project, then frankly, I don't see the need for your $1.8 billion budget. That's the DEP budget, $1.8 billion. If you can't use that money to protect us from New Jersey, from the environmental issues, you should be defunded. And that money should be used to pay for the health care of the children who will be affected by allowing this toxic industrial infrastructure to move forward just to benefit super rich. I've spent 35 years of my life in service to abused and neglected children, and I ask you to do just one thing. Tonight, go home and write how you are going to meet with middle school and high school students and tell them, explain to them your reasoning for approving this danger to their health. How are you going to tell them why you agreed to poison their bodies? You simply cannot approve this project. As Albert Einstein said while living here in Princeton, New Jersey, the world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil things, but because of those who look on when evil things are happening and do nothing.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Next, Catherine Cummings. Catherine, if you can unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good.
My name is Catherine Cummings. I'm a resident of South Brunswick, listening to all my comrades in this fight. I have to say that this whole hearing feels like spitting in the wind, and what's coming back at us is toxic. Gabe Spiller talked about the DEP's budget and to eventually be defunded if this is the kind of work you're doing. And on top of that, I'd actually like to have my money back because you are not doing your job. New Jersey, in the prospect of the NESE pipeline and the compressor station, takes all the risk, and other than a handful of short-term jobs, gets absolutely no benefit. It does make one think that evil forces are operating behind the scenes because it makes no logical sense for this equation. It feels a little bit like the USSR, but we are citizens and we're not going to stop fighting. The proposed NESE compressor station 206 in Franklin, New Jersey will have two 16,000 horsepower turbines that will burn natural gas constantly and release release large quantities of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. It will emit over 16,000 pounds, 16,000 pounds of carbon monoxide will be emitted yearly by NESE, and we're aware that if there was an explosion or a rupture at the compressor station, acute levels of carbon monoxide poisoning would be reached and all exposed population will be sickened. But yet, permits keep getting approved because why would that matter at the end of the day? Everyday exposure to CO leads to autoimmune disease and other degenerative diseases of the nervous system. It can also lead to chronic lower respiratory and ischemic heart disease. If that's not enough, the compressor station will emit over 42,000 pounds, 42,000 pounds of
Thank you,
nitrogen
Catherine.
oxides. And
Thank you,
I
Catherine.
am imploring the DEP to deny the air permit.
Thank you, Catherine. Lise Plordy,
Just a sec, I want to hear somebody.
Lise, was that you? Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lise Plord and I reside in Kendall Park. I'm here to urge the DEP to deny the permits for the NESE pipeline and compressor station because of the risks to the public health caused by air pollution. Children and the elderly face the greatest danger. Children breathe more air relative to their body weight, and their lungs and immune systems are still developing. Seniors often suffer from respiratory or cardiovascular illnesses that VOC exposure can worsen. Excuse me. VOCs are toxic. These chemicals cause eye, nose, and throat irritation, headaches, nausea, and can damage the liver, kidneys, and nervous system. Compounds such as benzene and formaldehyde are carcinogens. Indoor air danger is real. Homes near compressor stations can experience higher indoor VOC levels than outdoors, compounding health risks for families, especially when ventilation is poor. Cumulative pollution magnifies harm. VOCs combine with nitrogen, oxides, and fine particulate matter to create a toxic mix that aggravates asthma, heart disease, and other chronic conditions. New Jersey Department of DEP cannot ignore these scientific and moral realities. I am a cancer survivor and I hope to continue that way. Please deny the NESE air quality permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lise. Next, Colleen McGurk. Colleen, if you can unmute your microphone. Colleen? You there, Colleen? Carol Cuny?
Yes, it's okay.
Carol?
Good evening. My name is
Oh.
Carol Keene. Hello?
Yes.
Good evening. My
we
name is
hear you.
Carol. You can't hear me?
We hear you, yes.
Oh,
Please
okay.
proceed.
My name is Carol Keene and I reside on Route 27 in Franklin Township. I am an impacted landowner as my property shares a border with the proposed compressor station 206. I am speaking tonight not only of my personal concerns in opposing NESE, but also as a board member of the New Jersey Buddhist Vihara and Meditation Center, which is also an impacted property owner and would also be an unduly burdened religious community if subjected to the violation of their sacred space and practices that the air, water, and noise pollution from CS206 would cause. The 2 natural gas-powered turbines will spew carcinogenic volatile organic compounds in our air, which can be carried up to 6 miles from the source. However, the most intense impact occurs within 1 mile. The Horrors Temple is only 1/4 of a mile, and my house only 1/3 of a mile away from the site. While this pollution is hazardous to all, seniors and children are particularly vulnerable. So consider the schools and senior communities in this area. At the Buddhist Vihara, there's a Sunday school for children, and many of their religious and cultural events are held outdoors with multi-generational families attending. We both have trails back into the wooded land behind our buildings, mine being for communing with nature, exercise, and birding, theirs for meditation. Just imagine trying to meditate with the incessant noise of a compressor station surrounding you, while at the same time breathing in polluted air. Williams is proposing to offset their off the acceptable charts air pollution emissions by purchasing emission reduction credits, which would be applied to somewhere other than here. That does nothing to protect our health. Further, the draft air permit does not include any data on the increased pollution emitted during blowdown events. Blowdown emissions are extremely polluting as they are not controlled and pollutants are just released into the air. The health impacts of these events have not been fully evaluated by the DEP. As such, NJ-DEP should declare Transco CS206 draft air permits incomplete and insufficient in protecting the impacted communities, and
Thanks,
therefore
Carol.
must not be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, Karen Diane Paffendorf. Karen, please unmute your microphone. Oh,
Hello, do you hear me?
oh, yes.
Hi, I'm Karen Diane Paffendorf. I live at 70 Hardwick in Princeton Manor. Guess I'm supposed to say I'm unaffiliated. You've heard from many people in the community tonight about the water, even though that's not the focus of this evening, the air, the blowdowns, the noise. But as Gabe said earlier, you already heard that. You've heard that there isn't a group of people that actually wants this delivered to their homes where they're trying to get it to. So I'm not understanding, other than making a buck, why this is being built at all. I mean, it's been denied before. In any case, to make this maybe a little more interesting, you know, I remember when New Jersey had really awful air quality going up the turnpike, and we still have a bad reputation because of it. And I used to get sick every time I had to drive, well, my parents had to drive up to North Jersey. And I had thought we had turned a corner and we're getting better, and we're demanding up-to-date processes for handling things. I'm really upset that we seem to be backsliding here. I would hope that the Department of Protection would actually protect us. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening tonight, and I hope you'll do the right thing.
Thank you, Karen. Next is Lou Zhang.
Hi, my name
Hi,
is Lu Zhang. Hi, I'm from Kendall Park. California is aggressively phasing out natural gas use in homes and buildings. Deadline starts with 2027. Other states and localities are following its lead. Jurisdictions in states like New York, Massachusetts, Washington, and Colorado have already enacted or are considering restrictions on natural gas. New York became the first state to pass a law restricting fossil fuel use in most new buildings, effective in 2026 and 2029. The energy landscape of this country is undergoing a radical shift, driven by technologies that require clean, massive, and reliable power generation far beyond what natural gas can sustainably and practically provide. Building new gas infrastructure now is not only environmentally irresponsible, but also a poor financial bet as decarbonization policies accelerate. Natural gas price will be significantly higher in the next business cycle, which may have already started. This surge will immediately trigger demand destruction, forcing users switch to other alternatives. Consequently, NESI is a guaranteed failed investment that will never recoup its costs under every plausible future scenario. We demand that Williams Transco abandon this antiquated plan and shift its focus and capital toward the clean, sustainable, and necessary power solutions that will actually drive the future economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very nice.
Next is Karen Speiler.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Karen.
I'm from Kendall Park. I am speaking to you tonight as if my life depends on your actions, because in many ways it does. I live in Princeton Manor, a half a mile away from the proposed compressor station, and I have existing pulmonary issues and chronic coughing and breathing problems. New York has banned fracking, and New Jersey banned it in 2021. Yet a new natural gas pipeline is coming across New Jersey's land. The EPA has already determined that emissions from compressor stations are a health hazard. I'm not going to go into all the things that other people have said. You've already heard all of that. The particulate matter is of particular concern, as somebody else has mentioned. Just this past week in the New York Times, they reported that multiple studies are showing a link between high levels of particulate matter and an increased risk of dementia. These things are inhaled deeply into our lungs and even enter our bloodstream. It increases the risk of conditions like Alzheimer's, dementia, brain aging, and brain atrophy. The New York Times article suggests avoiding exercising outdoors and wearing a face mask on days when this particulate matter is being emitted. Living so close to the station, will we need to walk around daily with masks on our faces like during the pandemic? Or will I just have to stay indoors all the time?
I want to hear Linda speak and then I'll stop.
What?
No, go ahead.
Williams,
Go ahead.
Williams Transco has been fined so many times, as you've heard. They have a very poor history. They've killed people and injured many, many other people. They also fail to alert you to different problems with their permitting. They didn't identify that a multiple 5-story apartment buildings and a stadium were adjacent to their right-of-way in Harrison, New Jersey, which is called a high consequence area when there are so many people nearby. Oops, it was just an oversight on their part. They forgot to mention that there was a multiple 5-story apartments and a stadium nearby. They simply accept the fine that is imposed on them and they move on. This project must be terminated. There is no upside. And I have a feeling that if this compressor station were being built on the Navesink River right now, with the particulate matter falling down on Governor Murphy's house, we wouldn't be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay.
I need to take a short.
Okay.
Okay.
So
we take a
it is right now 7:43, and we take a short break, and we'll reconvene at 7:50.
7:50. Okay. Thank you.
Wait for it.
It's muted. It
No,
says it.
now it's good. Now it's good. It's good now. When they call your name.
When they call
Just
my name.
wanna thank you for all your work.
Hi, Laura, are you back? We'll just wait another minute. Wait for Laura to come back. Then we'll get started again.
Hi, I'm back. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, so still sharing the list, and I'll go to the next person, and that's Ellen Wajizsinghi.
She already spoke earlier.
Oh, okay. So next, Satish Benderi.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello,
Okay.
my name is Satish Bhandari, a resident of Princeton Manor Senior Community. We are half-mile downwind from the proposed Nessie compressor station. I'm objecting to the Nessie project because of several air pollution risks. The 32,000 horsepower Nessie compressor station will release industrial gases and cause substantial air pollution, especially during blowdowns. My specific concerns are methane, which contributes to climate change and can also form ozone, a respiratory irritant. Number two, particular matter is especially hazardous because its small size allows it to be inhaled deep into the lungs. This causes respiratory diseases and is linked to lung cancer. Nitrogen oxides contribute to the formation of ground level ozone, which causes respiratory irritation and reduced lung function. William Transco Company admits that these gas releases will exceed guidelines. They plan to offset it by buying emission reduction credits elsewhere. This concept that it is okay to overpollute in one community if you can buy credits that reduce it in other areas is offensive to the rights of nearby senior communities, schools, and hospitals. Our senior community in Princeton Manor urges you to do the right thing by rejecting Nessie project that was previously been rejected 2 times, 5 and 6 years ago. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Satish. Next, Chaminda Leakledge. Chaminda? I'll go to the next person. Dhirendra Doshi. Dhirendra Doshi. Okay, I'll go to the next person. Sorry. Okay, I'll go to next. Anjali Ramos.
Here. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Good evening, DP. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the proposed draft pre-construction air quality permit for compressor station 206. My name is Anjali Ramos Busot, and I serve as a director for the New Jersey chapter of the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club will be submitting detailed technical written comments with extensive recommendations, but today I would like to elaborate on 2 individual points. Number 1, the draft permit does not include blowdown emission requirements, nor was this operating scenario modeled or evaluated for risks. And number 2, there is emission rates inconsistency between the modeling risk memo and the draft permit, and even between the potential to emit values and the facility-specific requirement values within the draft permit document. As the community members have done an excellent job pointing out in this hearing, the department failed to ensure that blowdown emissions, however infrequent or frequent, are included as an operating scenario, and therefore their impact to the surrounding communities and risks to their health was not evaluated. As the department is well aware, blowdown emissions are the worst case scenario due to these not being controlled with air pollution control technology and simply released to the atmosphere, very similar to storage tank degassing, filling, and cleaning operating scenarios. As the department does a great job at ensuring that these petroleum storage tanks' worst case emission scenarios are well controlled and protective of human health, We ask the department to do the same when it comes to pipeline blowdown emissions, particularly when they are so many sensitive receptors within close proximity to the compressor station. And the department is already modeling short-term operating scenarios like startup and shutdown in this permit evaluation. Blowdown emissions must be reported by Williams Transco to the department, and the department must perform air dispersion modeling and assess the emissions risks to public health. This is a technically incomplete permit application and therefore an incomplete draft permit. As mentioned before, I would like to point out the inconsistencies between modeling and risk memo, draft permit facility-specific requirements, and draft permit potential to emit emission rates. Which emission rates are the correct ones? And did the department model and evaluate for risks to public health with the correct emission rates? At this point, I cannot determine that from the draft permit. We will be submitting the specific discrepancies in our written comments. Due to these severe issues, the proposed draft permit for Williams Transco Compressor Station 206 is incomplete and insufficient in protecting the impacted communities and therefore must not be granted as drafted. We respectfully request the department to be consistent and perform a thorough technical evaluation that can inform accurate risks to public health to the people of New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you, Angeli. Next, Peggy Cummings.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Peggy Cummings, and I am a 17-year resident of the beautiful community of Princeton Manor, which is located in Kendall Park, New Jersey. I can't help but feel that greed and politics are the two driving forces of the NJ-DEP project. I am strictly opposed to the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, NJ-DEP, due to the impact it will have on the health and well-being of myself and other seniors living in Princeton Manor. At Princeton Manor, we enjoy many outdoor activities such as tennis, pickleball, bocce, swimming, walking, and biking. I am a 60-year-old woman with lung disease, specifically asthma, who has a great love for the outdoors. For these reasons, I am sincerely concerned about the implications this project will have on air quality. The NJ-DEP pipeline and its proposed 32,000 horsepower compressor station, which will be located a half mile from the entrance of our wonderful Princeton Manor, will negatively impact air quality by releasing pollutants from the natural gas turbines during blowdowns and, based on past history, the inevitable leaks from the pipelines. You have heard over and over again the impact of the volatile organic compounds that will be impacting our environment along with many others in this area. The prevailing winds around the proposed compressor station blow directly from west to east, releasing these toxins on the Buddhist Vihara and 1,700 homes in South Brunswick, including the Princeton Manor community of 700 seniors, as well as schools and other religious houses of worship like churches and mosques. We implore Governor Murphy and the Department of Environmental Protection to deny the air quality permits for the Northeast Supply Enhancement Project, NJ-DEP. Our health and well-being are in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peggy. Next is Ronald Weitzman. Ronald, if you can please unmute your mic.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Ron Weitzman. I live in Princeton Manor in South Brunswick Township. I'm currently the secretary of the board of the HOA and previous president of the HOA, which over 7 years fought this project and defeated it, and it was dead in 2024. This public hearing is being held to hear how this proposed compressor station will impact not just me or the 700 senior residents of Princeton Manor or the 5,000 people who live within 1.5 miles of this proposed compressor station, but also the 68,000 people in Franklin Township. And you need to note that 1/4 mile to the east of this compressor station is the border with South Brunswick Township, which has 48,000 people. I'm not going to restate all the facts, which have already been stated so well, or what has already been filed with you. These clearly indicate that if this compressor station is built as a result of a decision by you, it will absolutely pollute the air we breathe and cause at least 1/3 of us to be sick and may even risk our very own lives. If this sounds emotional, it is, because it is very personal to all of us. DEP must consider the blowdown consequences and at least put a lengthy hold on any consideration of issuing air permits until Transco submits a complete plan and it is evaluated in total by DEP. I've cut my speech short because I want to make one final comment or question to everyone at DEP, every one of your staff, and I hope you will inform them of this, who are working on these permits. If you decide that this proposed compressor station will not adversely impact the health of the people in near proximity to it, and you issue these permits, I ask you to bring your children, your parents, and your grandparents like me to South Brunswick and Franklin and purchase a beautiful home in a serene community like Princeton Manor, Princeton Walk, Highgate Manor, and other nearby communities. Then you and your loved ones can breathe the polluted air that you are asking us to breathe if you issue these permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And if you have any additional comments, please submit them via email or mail. Next, Jeffrey Eisenberg.
He's not here.
Not here? Okay, thank you. Linda Pestrich.
She's not here.
Okay, Taylor McFarland. Taylor, if you can please unmute your mic. Taylor, are you here?
Taylor is not here.
Okay, thank you. Bill Barron. Bill, if you're here, please unmute your mic. All right, I'll go to Kathleen Cherry. Kathleen, are you here? Please unmute your mic. Kathleen? No? Okay. Adam Cawthorn? Adam? Adam, if you can please unmute your mic if you're here. Not, I'll go to the next person on the list, Dr. Ashley Hartwick.
This is Dr. Hartwick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I'm a pediatric physical therapist, and I'd just like to share with you why I feel that's so relevant and why I'm here tonight. Every day, I work with children whose bodies are still developing. So their lungs are still growing, their nervous systems are still wiring, their immune systems are still learning how to protect them. And I want to be clear, children are the population most vulnerable to air pollution. Their breathing rate is higher, their airways are smaller, their brains, bones, and organs are still forming. What adults can tolerate, children cannot tolerate. What adults call a bad air day, children experience as lifelong damage. So when I look at this proposed compressor station, I'm looking at the lungs of the kids I work with every day, who are the kids in local schools, the infants in strollers, the teens who have asthma, who already struggle through gym class. And I'm imploring you to consider them too. Because the truth is, as you've heard so many times tonight, this project will release toxic pollutants and the company admits it. Benzene, formaldehyde, hydrogen sulfide, nitrogen oxides, methane, it's all written in their own filings. And again, I have to repeat it, even though we've heard it so many times, we know these chemicals cause leukemia, neurological damage, developmental delays, hearing loss, kidney and liver damage, and asthma attacks. These are toxins that permanently injure the exact organ systems that children rely on to grow. And the plan to offset these emissions by buying credits elsewhere what that is essentially permission to poison this community while cleaning up another community. And I'd just like to ask, what is it called when you choose a community of children because maybe they're low income, maybe they're children of color, maybe they're disenfranchised, and you choose to sacrifice their health in favor of the health of children in a more enfranchised community? What would you call that? At a minimum, it's environmental injustice, but I think that we can call it something stronger than that.
Thank you,
So
Doug.
we've already found that operating this compressor station would cause long-term impacts on air quality. That's already been established. This means the kids breathing this air in 2025 will still be carrying the consequences in 2055. And it's not
Thank
just
you.
air pollution, it's dredging Raritan Bay, stirring up buried toxins that will impact marine life, beaches, fishing grounds. It's also locking us into fossil fuel dependence at a moment where we're supposed to be moving towards clean energy. We've
Thank
already
you,
talked
Doctor.
about.
You can, please, if you have any additional comments, please submit them in writing via email, and we'll review and address those. Thank you, Doctor. Next, Anna Delinson. Anna, if you can please unmute your mic. Next, Ken Schlez. Ken Sledge. Let's go to the next person, River Ferretti. Is River in attendance? River? If you can please unmute your mic, River. Audrey Sabera? Audra Sabera? You're in attendance? Audra? Next, Melody Tran. Melody, please
Yes.
unmute your, okay,
Yes,
thank
that's
you.
me.
Okay, I
Good
hear you.
evening. Good evening. My name is Melody Tran, and I'm a lifelong New Jersey resident and new mom. Like many others here, I feel confused by and disappointed in Governor Murphy and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection for flipping from advancing clean energy to supporting a project that has already been denied 3 times before, and that will inevitably worsen the health and future of all of our children for generations to come. Let it be known that while the New Jersey DEP and Transco may be pushing this station onto our most vulnerable populations, we the people will not stand for this, and both Transco and DEP are up for significant liability. As many others have stated before, the draft permit is incomplete, outdated, and exposes both Transco and the state of New Jersey to serious regulatory and legal liability. It fails to meet 40 CFR Part 60 Subpart 00B and NJAC 726-2A9, which require evaluation of all operating scenarios. It ignores blowdown events, omits emissions data, and provides no health impact modeling. And as many others have said before, of the consequences of blowdowns for their release and for how well they are regulated due to their links to leukemia, neurological damage, heart disease, and developmental harm in children, leaving them unmodeled makes this permit indefensible under both state and federal law. Transco's compliance plan is from 1994, as said before, over 31 years old and predating the modern Clean Air Act standards. Approving a 2025 permit on a 1994 plan would invite legal challenge, and Transco's own records show why. In case the New Jersey DEP needs a little help in pushing back on Transco, I will happily share some examples of other times Transco has violated its own rules and has had to push back, faced severe pushback from other places. Just last year, October 2024, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration fined Transco nearly $60,000 for operating pipelines above maximum allowed pressure, failing to complete safety reporting and not identifying nearby apartment buildings and a stadium in a high consequence area. In 2019, Transco was also in violation of corrosion inspection rules. The EPA has previously required Transco to clean up soil and groundwater contamination from its compressor facilities. New Jersey will not
thank
be
you.
spared from this. That wasn't 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, this permit
I'll let-
also allows.
Please conclude. Yeah, please conclude. Yeah. Go ahead, Melody. If you can get your last comment in, and then if you can follow up with any written comments.
Okay, thank you for that. New Jersey has already spends billions of dollars annually on the public health costs of air pollution, like asthma attacks, heart disease, emergency room visits, and premature deaths. And I'd also like to inform the NJ-DEP members themselves to not be naive. Anyone who passes this will not be spared from its short-term and long-term consequences. You and your families will also be impacted no matter how much money you have and how far away you think you live. Your kids and grandkids will have their lives impacted and potentially shortened due to the toxins released by this station. These are not minor details to overlook for short-term political means. They're regulated hazards, and omitting them makes this permit legally indefensible. This permit is a short-sighted gamble, and although Governor Murphy has already sold out and he's on his way out, I urge the NJ-DEP to do the right thing.
Thank you,
Thank
Melody. Next, Linda Stork. Linda, if you can please unmute your mic. Linda, I see you on the list. If you're having trouble unmuting, I will go to the next person. Just let me know after Celia Bernhardt. Celia, you're in attendance. If you can please unmute your mic. Celia? David Hughes? David, if you can please unmute your mic if you're in attendance. Claire King?
Yes. As
Okay,
a,
Claire.
thank you. As a resident of Atlantic Highlands who lives steps away from the Sandy Hook and Raritan Bays, I'm a member of Save Coastal Wildlife and the American Littoral Society. I'm deeply concerned about the proposed Nessie pipeline project. Governor Murphy and NJ-DEP, why must you yet again hear all of the environmental, health, and economic reasons why New Jersey residents should take the burden of this unneeded gas line and the attendant harms of its proposed compressor station in Franklin Township? I'd like to frame my concerns about the air permit and the gas line from an experience in my own town of Atlantic Highlands during 2021 and 2022 phase of a multi-decade cleanup of hazardous coal tar waste from a former gas plant with which the NJ-DEP and New Jersey Natural Gas would be familiar. Cleaning the contaminated Many-Mind Creek groundwater and saturated soils of the remediation project involved drilling equipment and compressed. Excuse me.
Claire, if you can continue, unmute and continue, Claire, where
Yes,
you were.
Yes, please. I'd like to not cede my time during that.
Yes, no, go ahead. No,
Thank you.
I'm keeping track.
I appreciate it. The compressor-powered tools for excavation, air sparging, and dewatering generated a loud and persistent noise that would often start at 7 a.m. These air compressors that I'm speaking of are much smaller than the proposed CS206. The unremitting noise was deafening and greatly interfered with remote work, which I and many of us are doing and were doing in the wake of the pandemic. I'm a teacher who was teaching remotely at the time. My students on Zoom calls were routinely drowned out, and the background noise of that of those compressor and equipment was deafening. Also memorable were the air quality of the macro particulates from the remediation that were airborne, easily seen by the dirt accumulated on our windows day by day. Please note that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission said that the operation of compressor station 206 would result in long-term impacts on air quality. Given my experience of exposure to continuous high noise levels and poor air quality, I'm concerned about New Jerseyans who live near the planned compressor station, including hundreds of students and seniors within even just a half mile. We know that the pipeline construction itself will disturb fragile ecosystems and release buried toxins, especially in sensitive areas like the Raritan Bay and Sandy Hook Bays, and would challenge all of our efforts to promote clean air and water. I ask
Thank you,
that.
Claire.
Thank you.
And please submit any other additional written comments that you have.
Hi, sorry, you skipped over me because I couldn't get the platform to work. Do you mind if I go now? I'm
Go
David
ahead.
Hughes.
Okay, David, yes, go ahead.
Thanks. By the way, this platform is functioning so badly that I really think you're going to need to schedule another hearing for people who were here but couldn't get on, couldn't unmute in the right way at the right time. So anyway, my name is David Hughes. I live in Highland Park. I'm a professor of environmental anthropology at Rutgers, New Brunswick. I take the climate crisis very seriously as a matter of survival. The burning of fossil fuels has now raised global average surface temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. That is the danger zone, the beginning of the danger zone. And if we continue burning fossil fuels, we get into really dangerous territory. And I'm not just talking about hurricanes and fires and floods. I'm talking about, at a more fundamental level, threats to agriculture and the continued survival of dense human communities on planet Earth. So life and the conditions for life are in the balance. I want you guys from DEP, our protectors, to think about that and to think about your children, think about your grandchildren. One day they're going to ask you, Daddy, Mommy, what did you do to try to save us? So this is your moment to produce for them an answer that you can live with and you can go to sleep with, and they will be proud of you and they won't hate you. I don't think you want your children and grandchildren to hate you. So think about how you act in this moment. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, because you're deep in a bureaucracy there, that the scope of this decision doesn't allow me to think about survival and of planetary conditions. And you're probably trying to bracket out everything I'm saying because you want to focus on very narrow concerns of local air quality. Well, that's fine, because the people in this room here have given you lots of local reasons to say no. The blowdowns, the health of Franklin Township. You have a lot of good reasons to say no to this project, and you have a fundamental moral obligation to your children to say no fucking way. That's what I want you to do. That's what the Governor Murphy we elected before he became some zombie for Trump and the fossil fuel industry would want you to do. Check, I'm done.
Thank you, David.
Cherry, I couldn't get on before. I'm at the Sierra Club. I'm Kathleen Cherry.
Okay.
Can I
Kathleen.
speak? I just
Oh,
I
yeah,
got all
okay,
messed
yeah.
up.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Kathleen. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Kip Cherry, Conservation Chair for Sierra Central Group. My comments are in opposition to the NESE pipeline and specifically the proposed compressor 206. I am challenging DEP's approval of the project's pre-construction air permit. To begin, the application is incomplete. It does not evaluate worst-case emissions, but just routine operation after startup. No data is provided during startup or shutdown while the emissions control technology heats up to the optimal burn-off level or cools off. There is no data from maintenance blowdowns or from leaks, and the compliance plan is used as a foundation for estimating emissions is from 1994 and completely out of date. With two Mars 100 turbines, the owner, Williams, assumes the number of startup and shutdowns as being those where there is a startup and shutdown time of about 15 minutes. During this time, emissions are not tested, while the emissions control technology heats up to the optimal burn-off level or cools down. In addition, Williams has provided no data on pipeline blowdowns and no data on leaks. The pipeline blowdowns are routine operations to depressurize the pipeline for maintenance, inspections, and emergency response, often venting gas liquids and solids during which there are high levels of emissions. So the blowdown numbers are very important. Further, the permit analysis does not take into consideration the inevitable new leaks in both the pipeline and the compressor as new pressure is exerted. The purpose of compressor 206 is to add more pressure to the existing pipeline, which means prima facie that besides the toxic emissions coming from the proposed new compressor, there are also new inevitable emissions coming from leaks in the pipeline. We ask you to require that Williams submit a new air permit application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, next on the list, Edie Sadowski. Edie, if you can unmute your mic, if you're in attendance. Edie. Next, Stephen Yeffet. Stephen, are you in attendance? Yes, it looks like Stephen, you're there. Stephen, are you ready to make your comments? I'll go to the next person. Stephen, if you want to try back logging in. Sam DiFalco. Sam DiFalco. Sam, if you can please unmute your mic. Next, Amanda Hoffman. Amanda, are you in attendance? See you on the list. Okay, I'll go to the next person on the list. Ann Hannigan Devine. Ann, you can please unmute your mic. I'll go to the next person, Lorraine Sarhaj. Lorraine. Don't see on the list that I have. Lorraine, you can unmute your mic. Ashley Hartwick. Ashley, if you're in attendance, if you can please unmute your mic. Ashley? Hello? Ashley? Okay, next I'll go to Don Greenberg. Don Greenberg. Okay, next, Ashley Idolo. Ashley Idolo. Okay. Next, Jackie B. Jackie, if you can please unmute your mic. Don't see Jackie on the list. In attendance, I'll go to Caitlin. Caitlin Kowalczyk.
Kowalik.
Kowalik.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, I'm here.
I hear you.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caitlin Kowalik. I'm 29 years old and a lifelong New Jersey resident from Mercer County, located currently here in Trenton. I'm here today to strongly oppose the air permit for compressor station CS206 and the NESE pipeline as a whole. I initially had a whole list of facts and figures I was going to list off of all the detrimental reasons this pipeline should be denied, all of the health defects, the toxins, the air control. It's horrendous. But after hearing all of the incredible words from my fellow New Jerseyans tonight, all of these people in these communities who live there, who care deeply about their state and the future of our state and of our people and our environment, I really only have this to say because I'm certain that the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection already knows how harmful this project will be. because that's their job after all, to protect our environment and the people who exist within it. And I'm also certain that Governor Murphy, a Middlesex County native, knows how devastating this project will be after denying it in 2019 and after campaigning on creating a new state energy master plan for New Jersey to set us on a path for 100% clean energy by 2050, campaigning on reforming overgenerous, unaccountable corporate incentive programs. All of that will be negated if this pipeline goes forward. And what kind of legacy does that leave him as he comes to a close of his term? A term which has done many wonderful things for New Jersey by even just putting those offshore wind farms off the coast of our state. To greenlight this incredibly pointless pipeline, which will not even give New Jersey any benefit financially or energy-wise. It's regressive and it's incredibly harmful. This project would emit greenhouse gases equivalent to adding more than 1.6 million cars to the road every year. It would lock this region into a fossil fuel dependency at a time when New Jersey and New York are legally required to transition to cleaner energy. Dredging the Raritan Bay would release decades-old toxins and destroy carbon-absorbing ecosystems. So that is why tonight, as fearfully as I am to speak in public, I urge the Department of Environmental Protection, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, and the Murphy administration to reject this air permit and protect our communities from the irrevocable harm that this pipeline and this compressor would do to our state. Thank you very much, and I yield my time.
Thank you. And you can submit any additional comments via email or through the mail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
you-
Next, we have Brad Smith. Is Brad here? If you are, please unmute your mic. Okay, next. Ellen Guerrero. Ellen, are you here? If so, unmute. Next, Harley Matson. Harley, are you here? Again, the mic icon on the upper left hand of your screen on the Teams is how you would mute and unmute yourself. So just make sure if you need to unmute yourself, hit that mic icon. I don't. Next one is Paul Peloquin. Paul, are you here? Caroline Chan. Is Caroline Chan here with us? Morgan Gallagher. Karen Watson. Is Karen or Karen Watson with us? Kyra Hogney.
Hi, Kira Hawley.
Oh, go ahead, Kira.
Hi, so I originally was going to speak tonight on the environmental impacts that this pipeline would have on my community. I currently live in Cliffwood Beach in Aberdeen, so I'm right on the Raritan Bay. But I think so many people have said things much more eloquently than I would be able to. And I wanted to speak more on the social aspects that I have learned about since listening to everyone else speak. I'm also in real estate, and building this pipeline, I think, would be very detrimental to homeowners that I have worked with, buyers I am currently working with, and anyone in the future who wants to move to this area. The ecological impacts of this are widespread, and I'm nervous that living near so many other Superfund sites, that this could decimate the area for years to come on that type of level. I also feel like many small businesses in my area would have to close. There's a lot of fisheries, a lot of people that work on boats. Like my brother works on a tugboat, and dredging up the Raritan Bay, which would eventually wash into the Atlantic Ocean, would really be difficult for people who work in these places to maintain their health and their safety. And I just think that not enough time or effort has been put to modernize a plan like this to 2025. Like many other people have said, this plan is 30-something years old. And I think we really need to be investing in more renewable energy where everybody who lives in the area can benefit from, as opposed to just the one company. And I guess with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Next, Candace Carroll. Candace Carroll. Next, Ray Riga. Is Ray here? Alexi Asmuff. Alexi, if you're on, unmute yourself. Aniko Somagji. Aniko Somaji. Hannah Bernstein. Hannah
Hello.
Bernstein. Is this Hannah?
Hello, this is Aniko Samoji.
Okay, go ahead, Anika.
Yes. I am losing sleep over this. I am a severely disabled 71-year-old. My legacy family farm will be devastated. The compressor station will be built right behind my property line, and the prevailing wind will cover my farm with all this health imperiling pollution. And my mini horses will become, that I board, will become homeless. My horse will become homeless. I will be unable to rent the farmhouses. No one will choose to live there. They will move. I will lose my income and my livelihood. And I am losing sleep. I had a stroke in August that I'm trying to recover from, and I am losing sleep. I'm crying almost every day because the farm and the woods behind it are sacred to me. I grew up in the most horrific household you could imagine. My father was a Hungarian Nazi who immigrated in 1951. I was savagely beaten from toddlerhood to young adulthood. My father attempted to murder me at the age of 16 by smashing my head against the block wall in the basement 3 times. Had my brother not pulled him off, he would have killed me, and other extraordinary acts of violence. I am in some kind of twilight zone because I know who Nazis are. And when I see Elon Musk do his Nazi salute and Steve Bannon, and that not only, and because I was a broken child, I was preyed upon by a Franklin high school teacher when I just turned 15. He sexually exploited me for 3 semesters. He purposely failed his duty of care to report to the administration that my life was in danger, because he had groomed me into confiding in him that I was afraid my father was going to kill my mother or me. He purposely did not report to the administration that my life was in peril. He set me up for the worst violence in my life. My life would have been, yes, and my life would have been, let me finish. I have 2 minutes for a 70-year-old farm that is going to be destroyed. So let me speak. I sat through the last Zoom meeting the whole time, was unable to speak. So I need more than 2 minutes because I have to go into an intensive outpatient program on Monday because I'm so traumatized by this. I'm going to lose my income, my livelihood, my farm, and the woods. The woods raised me, the meadows and the fields, and my horse. And they're going to poison it. They're going to destroy me and my farm. And I'm deep in suicidal ideation over this. And like I said, I have to go into an intensive program because of Williams Corporation. And I need to speak on their egregious negligence. They did not maintain that pipeline at all. It was overgrown. The bridge over Carter's Creek was washed out. Large trees were growing on the pipeline. Large trees would fall over, preventing any kind of access for emergency vehicles.
And Nico, I have to cut you off. I'm sorry. I have to cut you off. You again.
No, you don't have to cut me off. Many people didn't speak. Many people did not speak. I am very upset.
Your comments.
This is a done deal. This is.
Okay, next, Hannah Bernstein. Hannah, are you here? Next, Bethany Parsons. Bethany? Next, Celeste Rancano.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, you know what? I'm just going to summarize my statements and then I'll send them in, I'll send them by email. And also I'll be calling the governor again and again. I wish he could have heard it, Nico. God help him, really. This is thick. Anyway, that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to start by saying Governor Murphy had pledged a 100% clean energy state by 2035. How does this methane gas compressor station and pipeline fit in with this plan? Has he just abandoned us? I don't get this at all. How on earth could those water permit been accepted? It was the same exact application that was been done twice, and twice it was rejected. But anyway, no set of regulations can prevent accidents that will impact people's health, drinking water, and land. The hidden menace of methane needs to be addressed. Methane, though it's invisible, is over 80 times more powerful during the first 20 years after it's released into the atmosphere and 25 times more potent than CO2 in trapping heat. And just as an example, this happened in Texas a couple of years ago. One compressor station can leak an estimated 870 kilograms of methane into the atmosphere. So what's that? What's the environmental impact of that? It would be the same as on the climate as burning 7 tanker trucks every day. Every day. And the blowdown, as this has been said already, because many times, the blowdown emissions reported by Williams Transco have not been updated. 1994, what are we doing here? They've already mentioned about all the deaths, 6 people killed, 103 residents injured, and we're going to put a compressor station just a few yards away from a rock quarry where there is consistently routine ground level blasting incidents. I mean, whatever. So just very quickly, I'm just going to summarize and tell you that I have already spoken with the congressman from my district, Frank Pallone, and the reason why I went to him was because he was very active in designating the Lawrence Harbor beachfront portion of the Old Bridge waterfront park. They did as a super fund, this Raritan Bay slag super fund that he worked on for a long time. So what we're going to do now, we're going to put those pipelines, put them under the Raritan Bay and dredge up all that nice contaminated sediment. Going to disrupt, because of that dredging for the pipelines, it would release over 1 million tons of toxins into the Raritan Bay. New Jersey residents have not been given the consideration of at least 3 more public hearings. and virtual. This is on the Zoom platform. Wasn't even done. This is being pushed through. I guess we're playing Let's Make a Deal. Governor Murphy. I'm just so surprised at him and Governor Hochul. They're making Let's Play a Deal, and right now, we all know what's going on in our government. We know what's going on.
Celeste?
That's it. That's all. I won't say anything else.
Okay.
I know I have to end. I just want to say that DEP, you're the Environmental Protection Agency, not the Environmental Pollution Agency. Let's go. This is ridiculous. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, Richard Murray. Richard Murray. Kathy Richardson. Kathy Richardson. Samantha O'Brien. Samantha O'Brien. Again, when I call you, please make sure to unmute yourself. Arthur Douglas. Arthur Douglas. Henessa Guriran. Henessa Gurinran. Stephanie Richardson. Stephanie Richardson. Kathy Kumta. Kathy Kumta. Amy Woloszewski. Amy Woloszewski. Elena Kumta. Elena Kumta. Matt C. Matt C. Stephanie Starts.
Hi, this is Stephanie.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Starts. I live in Jersey City. My family lives in Monmouth County, 10 miles from the compressor station, and they enjoy fishing in the Raritan Bay. The compressor station poses a threat to their well-being, and the NESE pipeline threatens their quality of life. My niece is currently a student at the Marine Academy of Science and Technology in Highlands. This is not an easy school to get into. Her deep love and appreciation for our oceans and marine life motivated her to study and excel in school. She hopes one day to become a marine scientist. If this air permit is approved, my niece and her classmates at MAST will bear witness to the decline of the Raritan Bay, the rise of toxic chemicals, and the loss of marine life. As adults, we have a responsibility to future generations. We need to model good judgment, honesty, and courage. We know that the NESE pipeline will pollute toxic, carcinogenic substances into our air and release arsenic, mercury, lead, and PCBs into the Raritan Bay. We know that the NESE pipeline is operated by a company with a long and troubling safety record that includes multiple explosions and repeated federal violations. We know that the NESE pipeline will not benefit the residents of New Jersey. The young people watching us know these truths. They're witnessing us trade their health, joy, and future for political expediency. They know we are lying about the justifications for approving this project. They know this is theft. There's no compromising with the environment. Williams Transco's proposed energy credits will not stop storm surge from the Atlantic. It will not prevent rising emissions leading to stronger storms, warmer summers, and worsening air pollution. It will not prevent asthma, cancer, or the neurological conditions the broader community will suffer. Governor Murphy could leave office with a reputation as a fearless leader on climate who set bold objectives and was unafraid of political consequences in achieving them. Or he could leave office as a person who capitulated to Donald Trump, stole our younger generation's future, and sacrificed the health and well-being of the people of New Jersey. And just to correct the record, Transco has admitted that these releases will exceed the regulated amount. That is why they are purchasing the emission reduction credits. FERC, the federal agency, has said the operation of the compressor station will result in long-term impacts on air quality. Thank you.
Okay, Danny, you're on mute. If
Stephanie, if you have additional written comments, please send them in. We'll consider them as part of our record and respond to them. Bill Kitchen. Bill Kitchen. Cheryl Jeffiner. Cheryl. Akhtab Mujahi. Akhtab Mujahi. If you're here again, please unmute yourself. Nina Joknowitz. Nina, are you here? Chris Weir. Is Chris with us? Chris Weir. Lily Benavides. Lily Benavides. If you're here, please unmute yourself. G. Montgomery. G. Montgomery. Nasiru Tahi. Nasiru Tahi. Rano Banjarji. Rano Banerjee. Bill Young. Is Bill Young with us? Grizel Diaz. Grizel Diaz. Laura Souflou. Laura Souflou. Bernadette Mayer. Bernadette Mayer. Terry Pantonio. Tari Pantaleo. Matt Smith. Is Matt Smith with us? Zach Luther. Zach Luther. Jesse Lindsay. Jesse Lindsay.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has said, but I do find it interesting that after the water permit was accept it, that as an intervener, I found out that Beverly Murphy said, it's okay to do the water permit, just give Pennsylvania and Keysby the sludge and the toxic sludge from the water. So I hope Keysby residents know that they're about to get another Superfund site. And I hope Pennsylvania knows that Kathy Hochul and Murphy made a plan so that they get toxic, all the toxic dump from the compressor station and from sludging up the Raritan Bay. As for the water, as for the air permit, you know it's toxic. So the only thing I could say is, what are they paying you? And when we finally kick Trump out and Murphy goes and the incoming governor comes in, Mikey Sherrill, we're going to find out what is in your financials. What is in the NJ-DEP? What is in your financial accounts that you allowed that water permit when you never did before? You are corrupt, and so is your team. We're going to find out who. And we're going to find out who else up the line. And the whole Trump administration will go. So that's all I have to say. That you think you're going to pass this? Go ahead. We have lawyers. We're going to appeal, and we're going to find out what they paid you to accept this kind of corruption. And you guys really should learn how to pronounce people's names. It's like you live in an all-white neighborhood. That's all I have to say. And I've been a resident for Somerset for 33 years and an eco activist, and I'm not going to stop. And I'll find out what is going on. I'll find out, because I'm not going to stop. And neither are any of us. So just good luck with your decision. That's all I have to say. I'm completely disgusted.
Okay, thank you. Next, Peter Harrison. Peter Harrison. Karen Iskey. Karen Iskey. Karen, are you here? Jose Torres. Oh, sorry, Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz.
Hello?
Yes, is this Jose?
Yep. So,
Okay, go
good
ahead.
evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Ortiz, and I'm from Camden, New Jersey. And I'm here today to urge the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to deny the air permits for the Nessie Pipeline and Compressor Station project. This project is a direct threat to our air, our climate, and our communities. The proposed compressor station would emit harmful air pollutants, nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, particulate matter, and greenhouse gases every single day. These are not abstract numbers. These are pollutants that worsen asthma, heart disease, and respiratory illness for the people who live nearby. Approving this permit would take New Jersey backward at a time when we should be accelerating toward cleaner, renewable energy, not doubling down on fossil fuel infrastructure that locks us into decades of pollution. The Nessie pipeline is designed to serve New York's energy demand, yet New Jerseyans would shoulder the health risk. That's unjust and unacceptable. New York and New Jersey both have strong climate goals and public commitments to reduce emissions. Granting this air permit would undermine those commitments. We know there are cleaner, safer alternatives, energy efficiency, electrification, and renewables that don't require pumping more methane, a potent greenhouse gas, through our state. Let's be clear. The people of New Jersey have already spoken. The department must stand with science, with public health, and with the people, not with fossil fuel companies. Please deny these air permits. Our future depends on the choices we make today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Next, Scott Gallagher. Scott Gallagher. Sherry Thoroughanian. Sherry. Durohanian. Eric Arivalo. Eric Arivalo. Next, Quana Brightman. Quana Brightman, are you with us? Lori Wright. Lori Wright. Annie Wilson. Annie Wilson. Is this Annie? Okay. Barbara Okiskoff. Barbara, are you on? Tom Coster or Coster? Tom Coster. Laura Munden. Laura, are you here? Laura Munden. David Vassar. David Vassar. Jim Margolis. Jim Margolis. Sharon Hadenberger. Sharon Hadenberger. Elizabeth Rodell.
Here.
Elizabeth. Okay, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yes. My name is Elizabeth Rodell, and I live about 1 mile from the proposed Nessie Compressor Station 206 in Franklin Township. As a senior citizen, I am deeply concerned about the release of hazardous toxic chemicals from the compressor stations to 16,000 horsepower turbines burning natural gas continuously. As an environmentalist, I am also concerned that the greenhouse gases released will speed up climate change. Williams Transco stated in the application they submitted that 150 shutdowns and startups will occur every year with durations of 15 minutes each. That's approximately 3 days, with dangerous levels of pollutants released into the air. Blowdowns are even more troublesome, as they are the largest single emission at a compressor station, with gas plumes extending up 100 feet or more into the air from the forceful rush of the natural gas through the blowdown valve. Yet Williams Transco did not include blowdown emissions in the draft permit to evaluate the impact to public health on the surrounding communities. The toxic emissions from the shutdowns and startups and the blowdowns will not only affect my health, but also the quality of my life and the people in my community. The toxic emission, it is totally irresponsible for Williams Transco to build a compressor station that burns natural gas continuously all day in a densely populated residential area with adult communities, low-income housing, and in close proximity to schools and houses of worship. The draft permit for Williams Transco Compressor Station 206 is incomplete and lacks assurance that it will protect impacted communities. Therefore, the permit must not be granted as drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Leah Yananton. Leah Yananton. If you're here, please unmute yourself. Jen Jordan. Jen Jordan. Frank Hendrickson. Frank Hendrickson. Daquan Thompson. Daquan Thompson. Sue Goldman. Sue Goldman. Jahi McDonald. Jahi McDonald. Donna Cataliotti. Donna Cataliotti. Hannah Kay. Hannah Kay. Bob Sickles. Bob Sickles. Tanya Branquinto. Tanya Branquinto. Brian Scanlon. Brian Scanlon. Margaret Casagrande. Margaret Casagrande. Carol Walker. Carol Walker. Stephanie Khan. Stephanie Khan.
Hi, this is Brian Scanlon. Can you hear me?
Brian Scanlon. Go ahead, Brian.
Hello?
Yes, is this Brian?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, my name is Brian Scanlon. Brian with an I, Scanlan, former councilman and mayor of Wyckoff. As you stated, Mr. Wong, at the outset, this is not supposed to be an adversarial hearing. Unfortunately, the NJ-DEP has made it so because your offices have failed to hold an in-person hearing, failed to communicate transparently and efficiently about how to join this online hearing, and then pick the most user-unfriendly software you could find to hold it in. You reduce speaking time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I note also that some participants have had the word unverified next to their names. That is demeaning. You are railroading this project through by deliberately limiting public comment on it. You have been successful given the number of citizens who signed up to speak and have not joined the hearing, as evidenced by your roll call. Under the leadership of Governor Murphy and Commissioner LaTourette, the NJ-DEP is fully tainted. It's no longer protecting the citizens of New Jersey, but rather instead is cynically advancing the political aims of elected officials outside our state. What exactly did Governor Murphy get in return? The NYSE pipeline was previously rejected by NJ-DEP for its significant environmental and health risks. The risks are worse now than when this project was first proposed. Why approve this air permit now? Governor Murphy has approved fracked gas pipelines and plants, including in overburdened communities. I leave Governor Murphy with this question. Can you approve this air permit and go home and look your children in the eye? Is still more dirty fossil fuel infrastructure what you want to leave them as your legacy? You still have a chance to redeem your environmental legacy by denying this air permit. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I left out with Stephanie Kahn. Maya Ponton Aronoff.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is it Maya?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. I wanted to add to the many comments urging you all to oppose the air permit. I think it's been very closely detailed how intense the air pollution from this proposed project will be locally and in terms of broader climate impacts, in terms of the diversity of air pollutants introduced and the inadequacy of the current permitting and outdated measurements in even getting an idea of how large these impacts will be. Just common sense says you do not want to permit a fracked gas pipeline, which will not provide New Jersey any gas at the precipice of 2.5 Celsius degrees warming climate change in one of the most polluted bays in an already disproportionately impacted community where the very foundation of homes shakes because of a rock quarry, where there will be PM 2.5 particulates, where there will be nitrous oxides, where there will be the potential for methane explosions, with an untrustworthy, very wealthy corporation with a track record of downwind impacts and downings and covering those up. Common sense just says that this is not a good permit to allow, and that the existing evidence and existing metrics are inadequate in the way that people have spelled out before. Now, just for context, I'm a master's student at Princeton's program of public policy, focusing on environmental justice. Before this, I was working in environmental justice policy in Michigan, in Detroit, with a focus on many of these airborne pollutants and the cumulative impacts there. But I actually think astounding technical comments have been made about exactly the inadequacies of the proposal and where the permitting falls short. And I will instead end on, I think, something we all know deep down, which is that if NJ-DEP wants to permit this project, they will. And if they don't want to permit the project, then you guys won't. If you want to refuse this permit, there have been 1,001 reasons given, all of them good, many of them technically within the narrow confines of the permit process, many not even getting into cumulative impacts or broader impacts, but only looking at the technicalities of the localized pollution and what the corporation has put forth, right? If you want to deny it, you have an excuse. And if you want to permit it, I think that really shows a disturbing influence of money in our political system, of corporate power, and it really shows that lessons are not being learned. This is the hell or high water moment, literally. Hell and high water for this localized community in terms of air pollution, and high water in terms of the flooding that will result for all of us with these increased ridiculous emissions. So it's really in your hands. What are you going to do? You know what the right thing to do is. So let's be bold, be brave, get it done, deny the permit.
Thank you. Next, Aiden Sue.
Here.
Okay, go ahead, Aiden.
Hello, my name is Aiden Suh, and I'm a junior in high school, and I oppose the air permit for the NESE pipeline and the compressor. I'd like to express my concern about the proposed air pollution control pre-construction permit for the Transco compressor station, and I think it's important to carefully consider the impacts on air quality and public health for those living nearby. As a student, I'm learning how environmental decisions today shape the future we'll all share. When one community experiences negative environmental or health effects, it doesn't stay isolated. It creates a chain of events that can affect the well-being of society as a whole. Polluted air travels, and the consequences of weakened health and ecosystems eventually reach everyone. I respectfully ask NJ-DEP to ensure strong monitoring of emissions and to prioritize mitigation and transparency with the public about air quality changes and the permit. I also encourage the department to explore cleaner, lower impact alternatives that could reduce emissions even further. We must stay proactive so we don't have to be reactive. If the numbers or science-based evidence mentioned prior are not enough, I remind you that this issue concerns morals. We must strive to make the moral decision of transparency, strict monitoring, and straying away from pollution to avoid initiating a negative and immoral chain of events. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Quinn. Kevin Quinn. Kevin Quinn. Usha Menhas.
She's not here, but
She's not
another
here, okay.
Renee Russo would like to speak.
Sure. We have 3 people in our room who registered. Our names are not on the list.
Okay.
Can I go
Okay.
ahead? Hi, my
Okay.
name is Renee Juro, Juro, and I live in Kendall Park, New Jersey, in the Princeton Manor community. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about the Northeast Supply Enhancement Pipeline project and the proposed compressor station. The project poses serious long-term threats to public health, the environment, and the local economy. I am mystified why the New Jersey DEP doesn't respect the population and offer us an in-person meeting. How can we be assured that the decision makers will actually hear our testimonies? We have questions that we would like answered so we can better understand this travesty. My greatest concern is how the air pollution from burning natural gas will affect my health. I am asthmatic. My husband's health, he has his own issues, and that of my neighbors. Within a mile and a half of the proposed compressor site, there are about 2,000 homes, nearly 5,000 residents ranging from infants to the elderly. We are an active community. I walk 4 miles every morning outdoors. My husband plays pickleball outdoors, soccer. We enjoy our pool. Within the same 1.5 mile radius, there are soccer fields, baseball diamonds, football fields, playgrounds, and the DNR Canal towpath, where cyclists, runners, and families are outside every day. What will happen to all of us when the air we breathe becomes polluted? How will this affect our health and our children's health? We are not naive. We understand the risks, and we are scared, and we are angry. I'm not going to repeat some of the other facts about the whole compressor. But even more concerning, Williams Transco admits emissions. They admit that emissions will exceed legal limits, yet they propose to offset those emissions elsewhere, leaving our local community exposed to toxic air. I've read reports from Minnesink, New York, where a similar compressor station caused an increase in respiratory, neurological, and skin problems among residents. What about those of us who already have these pre-existing conditions like asthma or heart disease? We will be at an even higher risk. And beyond the daily admissions, the routine blowdowns will release bursts of natural gas and toxic compounds into the air, creating extreme noise and dangerous spikes in pollution that threaten our health and our quality of life. The NECE project's risks far outweigh any potential short-term benefits. It threatens our health, our safety, and our environment. Compressor stations carry real dangers of explosions, fires, and federal safety violations. Local residents, environmental experts, and elected officials have all spoken clearly. This project is dangerous, outdated, and unnecessary. I urge the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to deny these air permits and protect the people and communities who call this area home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Two more people.
This is
Okay.
Usha Manhas. I'm back. Hello.
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 Okay.
I just
Hold on. So I'm going to go back to Usha
yes.
Manhas.
Thank you. Yes, I couldn't get it, the mute button going.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
So yeah, I live in Princeton Manor. And as everyone before me have said, we do not want the NECE project. period. It's hazardous to everyone's health. The blowdowns are very dangerous. Nessie's a failure. So you need to deny the air permits, period. And we also need to have a public hearing. And, you know, the DEP hasn't done its job. And Governor Murphy, of course. So, you know, they're just, you guys, I guess we'll have many lawsuits, which is not good. So please listen and have a live public hearing and deny the air permits. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So I will go to just to be fair, I just start going down the hands raised. I'll kind of alternate back to the Princeton Manor. Once I get through the first couple hands raised. Oh, okay. So Brian's already gone. Kathy's gone. Okay, sir.
Yep.
You're sitting there at Princeton Manor. If you can please state your name,
Yep.
and then you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephen Juro. I live in Princeton Manor. When I was thinking about what to say tonight, I looked at the comments I put together for the last public comment session we had. I thought, why don't I just repeat what I said? It's all still relevant, accurate, and on point. However, then I thought, what's the point? I'm very aware that this sounds defeatist, but many of us have been making public comments, attending rallies, and calling our elected representatives. What good has it done? It's been incredibly maddening to put your trust in people and have them ignore you. It is so frustrating when a decision this important is made using bad data or simply ignoring the data. So I'll again go to my comments from the last session. What has changed since the last time this was proposed and defeated? Why is this a good idea now, but it was soundly beaten a few years ago? Have the regulations changed? No, they have not. Have the environmental and economic or community problems this will cause been addressed and alleviated? No, they have not. So what makes this a good time for this project? Is it the current political climate? That seems to be the only thing that has changed, and that is an awful abuse of the system that is supposed to protect all constituents rather than the ones who align with those currently in power. I'll say it again from my comments last time. There's absolutely no question this will have damaging consequences to us, our homes, and our neighborhoods. And it will have absolutely no positive use for us. This is about our health, our quality of life, and our property values. Direct negative impact with nothing in return. There is a reason that this was defeated before, actually many reasons, and none of those reasons have been attended to. I hate repeating myself over and over, but it seems like there is no other option. I will request that you seriously, honestly, and thoughtfully consider why this proposal is even getting any traction now and what the true purpose of this hearing should be. Consider the facts presented years ago and represented now. Think about how it will hurt many, many people in so many ways and make the correct and honest choice to defeat this damaging proposal again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. I run down to the next person that hasn't gone yet. Arnold Schmidt.
Yes, hi,
Arnold?
can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Good. My name is Arnold Schmidt. I live in Franklin Township, and I'm a 24-year member of the Township's Environmental Commission. I'll be brief. I'm here to oppose this unneeded air polluting compressor station that is only now being installed due to shameful pay-to-play. It'll provide no benefits to our community, but will severely impact the health of our residents. The DEP's primary responsibilities are to protect the public and environmental health. To approve any air permits for this project would go against the DEP's mission statement. So it's time to just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan, because there's no last name, I'm not sure if you've gone yet, if you had a chance to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your whole
Hi,
name.
yes, yes, I will. Yes, my name is Susan Jordan and I oppose the air permit for Nessie. I live less than 3 miles from the proposed site of the compressor in the Griggstown section of Franklin. I've lived here for many years. I'm questioning, do the DEP and Governor Murphy realize that many folks around here have well water? Was that included in any impact statements? We don't have access to city water, but we rely on the individual wells, which, you know, are going to be affected by the compressor's release of benzene, etc. I don't know if people realize that. Now, who's going to be monitoring, you know, our well water, and who will be remedying our issues with our well water, our drinking water, you know, once they're found to be polluted? I don't see any, you know, discussion of that. Also, I'm very concerned about the, I'm sorry, I'm emotional. It's been a long night. Okay, I'm just going to cut to another part. I have very personal concerns about this compressor because last year I was diagnosed with lung cancer. Okay, I'm looking at you DEP guys. I was not a smoker, had no other risk factors, except according to my doctors, they checked variants and, you know, tried to find out more about how to treat my cancer. And it was found it was due to exposure to pollutants. I would not want anyone to go through what I have gone through, and I'm still going through. That includes DEP people and Governor Murphy. If the project is approved, how many others are going to be affected by respiratory issues and cancer from the toxic pollution of the compressor? I was part of the original group that successfully fought the pipeline when it was proposed several years ago. There's no change in William Transco's proposal. At that time, Murphy and DEP denied the project. I'm hoping and praying you will do the air permit again. Please, for the benefit of New Jersey residents, Governor Murphy and DEP, please continue the positive environmental legacy you already have and deny this unneeded and unwanted toxic project. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, next, the gentleman at the Princeton Manor, if you can please state your whole name and then you can start.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ali Azhar. I am a resident of South Brunswick, specifically in the Princeton Walk area, so right around the corner of the site where this compressor station would be constructed. I'm also a member of the South Brunswick Environmental Commission, have been for a couple of years now, and I work full-time as a climate change analyst for a major utility company that services New Jersey and New York State. I'm speaking on my personal capacity, but also reflective of my volunteer role in the EC and my professional experience working in climate change and renewable energy. I have a personal stake, obviously, considering I live right around the corner from the site where this compressor station will be built. I have elderly parents. My father is asthmatic, has heart issues, but he goes on morning walks every single morning. And walks all the way down to Route 27, right near where, just a couple hundred feet probably, where this compressor station will be built. So it's very concerning and something that will directly impact my family. We know through climate change science that gas pipelines, such as the Nessie pipeline, result in methane leakage, result in increased carbon emissions. And despite the fact that, it's stated and projected that New York State needs this additional energy, what we really need to be doing as the state is pressuring the federal government to lift the sanctions on the offshore wind permits and put energy into making offshore wind be the energy source that is needed, not natural gas. I am a big proponent of the Climate Superfund bill, which many folks in the state of New Jersey have been pushing for. As a young person, I think natural gas pipelines need to be a thing of the past. We cannot be investing more into fossil fuels because when you make this investment in this type of infrastructure, it lasts for decades to come. We're not just signing up for the immediate energy needs of New York State. We are committing to decades of additional methane leakage and carbon emissions that will result because of this pipeline. Not to mention the habitat loss in the Raritan Bay. So as someone who lives right around the corner from where this gas compression station will be built, and as someone who works professionally in the field of climate change and is passionate about environmental conservation, but also just cares about the community. I mean, I'm here in a room full of virtually, of many people who I do know, but strangers, and we're all united and have come together as a community in opposition to this terrible pipeline. And I sincerely hope the DEP considers the impacts to future generations such as myself, but also to our vulnerable and marginalized communities who will be disproportionately impacted by this pipeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Catherine, New Jersey LCV.
Yes,
Uh,
my
had-
name is Catherine
Go ahead.
Fisher. I'm a campaigns manager of New Jersey LCV, and we're here to oppose the dangerous Nessie compressor station. We have clear alternatives to this project with clean energy projects, but I want to talk specifically about emissions from the project site. So there's several ways that emissions might be dispersed from the site. These can include startups and shutdowns, the blowdowns that were mentioned in many other testimonies, releases, and accidents. Accidents have happened before in our state with fossil fuels. This is not new. Williams said in their application that every year, 150 shutdowns and startups will occur, with directions of 15 minutes each. That's about 12 per month. And there's thousands of residents in this direct vicinity. During each shutdown, large quantities of methane will be released, along with carbon monoxide and other gases. Hazardous air pollutant release will be more toxic, with formaldehyde, benzene, which is a carcinogen. This can cause cancer, and so many more. And like someone else mentioned here, there are the blowdowns, which can cause gas plumes to extend up to 100 feet in the air. So we're really concerned about the presence of radioactive material during this blowdown. Anecdotally, there's reports of burning eyes, headaches, and coughing during these events. When we study emissions after urban disasters, the signs and symptoms of harm aren't always obvious. These can usually occur months later. We don't usually know data until months or years later when we see clearly the impact it has. NJ-DEP should consider all these dangers and deny the permit. We have the potential for 100% clean energy. It's right in our hands. This is the 21st century solution we have to work towards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Caroline O'Brien. Caroline? It looks like you're muted, but I can't hear you. Okay, Caroline, we still can't hear you. Gina?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Gina Shah. I'm a physician trained in environmental health and bioethics who lives in Franklin Township, Somerset. I moved here 3.5 years ago or so from California. I can just add to all of the excellent points that have been raised here regarding the public health impacts, both acute, like asthma, and chronic, such as that very poignant story about the person who's living with lung cancer right now, and also the environmental impacts that have been made by people who are professionals working in the field of climate, environmental justice, and public policy. I can only put my faith in those of you working in these capacities at the Department of Environmental Protection, that your hearts will be moved and your minds will be open to hearing these discussions in such a way that you can make the right choice. I currently work in New Jersey in cancer drug safety. I really don't want to subject anyone to the challenges of the disease that is so hard to solve. And I'm also here as a daughter, having moved here because my elderly parents live here. And I don't want to see them or my nieces or others that I know in the area have to live with the consequences of poor and or corrupt decision making. So I trust that as public servants, you're going to take the right choice, take all of these decisions very carefully and not be swayed either by whatever's happening for pressure for the governor or the federal political climate or whatever reasons this is coming up now, and choose against this permit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn O'Brien, can you try again to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. My name is Caroline O'Brien, president of American Infrastructure Solutions, and I oppose the NESE pipeline. From an economic standpoint, this project is a step backwards. While proponents highlight temporary construction jobs, they overlook the long-term costs that will fall on our communities. Disturbing toxic sediments in Raritan Bay, known to contain mercury, lead, and PCBs, risks harming fisheries, recreation, and coastal economies that sustain thousands of permanent jobs. A single pollution event could cost far more in cleanup and lost economic activity than any short-term gains promised by pipeline construction. Meanwhile, locking us into decades of fossil fuel infrastructure undermines New York and New Jersey's clean energy industries, which are already generating stable long-term employment and attracting private investment. The public health risks are equally alarming. The proposed compressor station would introduce new sources of air pollution into nearby neighborhoods, exposing residents to hazardous emissions that worsen asthma, cardiovascular disease, and other respiratory problems. Methane, natural gas's primary component, is not only a potent greenhouse gas, but also a contributor to smog formation that disproportionately harms children and seniors. Asking these communities to bear additional health burdens for a pipeline that is not demonstrably necessary is unacceptable. We cannot justify a project that jeopardizes public health and long-term economic resilience for short-term fossil fuel-dependent benefits. Our region's future is in clean, safe, and sustainable energy, not in doubling down on infrastructure that endangers our environment, our economy, and our families. Pipelines are inherently bad. I don't care what's in it. Please reject the NESE pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Wolf. Donald, please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Donald Wolf. I'm from Monroe Township, New Jersey, and I'm a fisherman in the Raritan Bay. I also do freshwater fishing for trout and bass in our freshwater systems. I don't want to see the Raritan Bay be damaged by constant digging up and releasing stuff that's been deposited 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. A pipeline will destroy forests, wetlands, and the ocean floor. It'll also affect endangered species, eagles and other type of birds in the area. I also want to comment the compressor station will be releasing toxic chemicals into the air, which is not good for the environment. Governor Murphy seems to fast-track this whole permit process when it was shot down twice in the past. It's not going to benefit New Jersey in any way. These natural gas is going to New York City, which they say is not needed unless they start exaggerating it. My biggest fear is back in March 23rd in 1994, there was a major accident with a pipeline explosion in Edison, New Jersey. It damaged homes and multiple cars, and thank God nobody was killed. But talking about this, the South Brunswick and the other town, Somerset, do not have the fire equipment to fight for this. Is this going to end up, if something accident like this happens, are we end up with another Palestine, Ohio? Or are we going to end up with something like the Deepwater Horizon explosion in the water where you can't put the fires out and you're possibly put. So I'd like you to vote no on this air permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Riley?
Hello. So I am from Wall, New Jersey in Monmouth County, and I have spent my entire life on the Jersey Shore. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a college student. I skipped a lecture to attend this hearing today because it is my firm belief that this pipeline poses an existential threat to the people and ecosystems that make up our state. I am here to express my firm and unconditional opposition to the approval of these air permits for the Nessie pipeline and to call upon the DEP and Governor Murphy to put a stop to an act that would be nothing short of a heinous crime against the planet and the people of this state. It is your responsibility to safeguard the future of the people. That is your job. Your job is not to bend to the whims of the fossil fuel corporations that have wreaked havoc upon our communities for decades, leaving us to bear the weight of toxic air and ever worsening climate disasters. This project is not in the public interest. It is a direct and pressing threat to the livable, safe, and prosperous future of this state and our planet. Each and every day, it is us, regular New Jersey residents, who face the devastating impacts of climate change, from fatal flooding to debilitating droughts. The proposed compressor station and the inevitable pipeline leaks will prove disastrous for air and water quality across the state, particularly in Franklin. And that's to say nothing of the possibility of explosions and fire. This facility will unleash volatile organic compounds known to have severe, debilitating, and potentially fatal health impacts upon vulnerable communities. I would ask you whether you are willing to be an active participant in the creation of a future where the children and elders of our state in exposed and vulnerable communities choke on the air as they battle asthma, heart disease, and cancer. There is a reason that these permits have been denied time and time again. We quite simply do not need something that will decimate ecosystems, expose us to toxins in the air and water, and sink us further into the manufacturing of our own destruction. This project is sinister, just like every other venture by Transco and the other corporations that have left us to bear the burden of the disaster created in the wake of their endless pursuit of another few $1 billion to line their pockets. I am 18 years old. I should not have to be here on a random Thursday to argue for my health and my life via Microsoft Teams, but I am, because that is the position that decades of folding to the demands of fossil fuel companies has put us in. I'd like to address each of you and Governor Murphy directly. I want you to consider what kind of legacy you want to leave behind. I want you to remember that the decision that is made on this issue will be a deciding factor in what my future and the future of your children is going to look like. This will determine the course of the rest of our lives which have already been and will continue to be defined by ever worsening climate disaster. You can
Excuse me,
decide now.
Mackenzie, your time is up. If you can wrap up and then, or you can submit any written comments.
Certainly, I'd just like to say that you may decide now what side of history you want to be on, because I promise when we tell your story, we will have no forgiveness for those who are complicit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Marissa Connors. Marissa, if you can unmute yourself, please.
I'm from Montgomery, New Jersey, which is right next to Franklin Township. Up until the past half hour, I was planning to come on and say that I was the youngest person on this call, but Aiden and Mackenzie, you've proved me wrong. Thank you so much for being here. I'm 21 years old. I've lived in New Jersey for over 17 years, and Montgomery, New Jersey is my home. This project would affect me in the ways that everyone has already stated. It would pollute my air, it would pollute the water, it would create loud disruptions and danger in terms of fires and other issues for my neighbors and myself. What I'd really like to speak on right now, because people have already covered the issues with the permits and the need to ask NESI to redo the permits is climate change. This is a hearing for an air permit. The project will have a lot of gas leaks into the air with a potential annual greenhouse emissions of over 15 million metric tons. There will also be other toxic air pollutants like carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides. As the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, you already know all of these things, as someone else has already stated. In general, I would just like to speak in opposition to this project, urge you to not give them the air permit and to slow down this process as much as possible by making absolutely sure that everything is submitted is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Stork. Linda, please unmute yourself. Linda? Okay, we'll come back to you. Sam DeFalco? Sam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Linda?
This is Sam
Oh,
DeFalco.
okay, this is Sam. Okay, go ahead, Sam.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sam DeFalco, and I am an organizer with Food and Water Watch. And I'm speaking this evening in opposition to the air permit for the Williams-Nessie pipeline, and in opposition to the project as a whole. I think this project is not just a stain on New Jersey and will have immense harm. It will bring immense harm to residents in central Jersey and along the Jersey Shore, but also is just a complete stain on Governor Murphy's legacy as governor, as he wraps up his term. You know, he wanted to be the green governor, and he made bold promises and commitments. And the fact that in the last days of his administration, he's allowing this project to move forward with the issuance of the water permit last week, and with this pending air permit is just a complete travesty. To speak a little bit more about some of the pollutants that we're concerned about, we're talking about things like methane, which is a worse greenhouse gas pollution than greenhouse gas pollutant than burning coal. Reports are coming out, they came out today and in the last couple of weeks, that we are no longer on track to keep our emissions below the threshold that's considered safe, 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's just not a possibility anymore. And if we want to, have a planet where people, can continue to live and survive and thrive, younger generations, we're going to have to do everything we can to prevent, to lower our emissions, to avoid the worst parts of climate change. We saw this summer just some of the deadly impacts here in our state when 2 people were killed during major flooding in Plainfield. And this is going to continue to worsen. Not just if we continue as business as usual, but it's going to worsen even more if we allow these, new fossil fuel projects like this to come online. Of course, in the fracked gas that would be coming from Pennsylvania through this compressor station and pipeline, there's also things like benzene. There is no safe amount of benzene exposure. Benzene causes childhood leukemia. It affects fertility in women. I'm someone that is thinking about whether or not I want to have children in New Jersey, in the next decade or so. And
Sam,
the fact that we
your time
live
is up,
in
so if
such a
you can wrap up,
polluted,
please.
and I don't want to live in such a polluted state where, I could have that kind of exposure, for me and my potential children. So I want you to think about that when, and not just me, but all people across the state and country when considering this permit. So thank you.
Thank you. And if you have additional comments you would like to make, please submit them in writing.
Thank you. I
Well,
definitely will do that.
thank you. Linda Stork, if you are able to unmute yourself, we would like to hear from you. Okay, Linda. All right, so I think we got through everybody. It is now 9:45, and we have gone beyond the allotted time of 9:30. So therefore, I am formally closing this hearing.
Before you do that, can you just give us the email address to submit comments?
Sure, it's, give me a second, let me.
Or is there a website that we can do that from?
The email address is nibras.mir@dep.nj.gov. So that's nibras.mir@dep.nj.gov.
Okay.
Okay,
Right. Thank you.
you're welcome.
And what was the written address was what? I have a portion of it written.
It's Nebras Mir, NJ-DEP, 401 East State Street, second floor, PO Box 420, mail code 401-02. Trenton. Zip code is 08625-0420.
Great. Thank you
Okay,
very much. Yep.
you're welcome. So as I said, we're now closing the hearing.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
This was a travesty. Shame on DEP.